Boop, 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 boop. Greetings and salutations. My name is Tish and welcome to the Artist Haven. In this live stream, we are going to be taking one of my wrap journals. This is what I call a wrap journal. So it wraps around, and we're going to be turning it into an art journal using some watercolor paper that I got at, I'm trying to remember the name of the thrift store. I got 3 of these and they were $2 a piece. And this is nice Canson paper. It's cold press. And I got 3 of these, like I said, for like $2 or $3 a piece. And they're brand new. But I don't do watercolor per se. I use the watercolor pencils. And we're going to talk about that in a little bit, but I hope you have some things that you can create along with me. If you are creating along with me, let me know in the chat what you're working on, or if you're just, doing dishes and just hanging out with me. I'm going to start up some chill music, so when I quit talking, you're not listening to dead space, because, I mean, silence is golden, especially when you have kids. Either that or you know they're in trouble. So let's start the music up. And I want to think about what I want to put in here. Now, I think I'm going to use this paper. This is 9 by 12, and a regular letter size paper is 8.5 by 11 in the United States. A4 is 11.6, so a little over 11.5 by 8.25. So it's a little bit longer and a little bit narrower. I mean, just a fur. It's just a tish off. But I've got these splatter pages. These are there's a freebie of these on my Ko-Fi site, and there's also a digital that gives you basically I think it's 12 images, so you get 6 pages. I took my line pages that I have as a freebie and I splattered them with color, and I'm like, what better way to have someplace to write notes than someplace colorful, right? So we're going to take some of these and put these in the front, and then I think that's the beginning of the new one. So you get 12 pages. Yes, I couldn't think. Numbers and I are not friends. So you get 12 single-sided pages or 6 double-sided pages, and we're gonna do some places to do notes, and that's only 6, so let's do, well, that's 12 pages. These are sheets into pages. Sheets turn into pages. I can't, that's kind of how I have to put it in my brain. So let's do 2 sets. Yeah, that's the beginning of the new one. It's supposed to be collated. They're supposed to be like separated a little bit, but they came off the printer as one big bulk. Okay. So yeah, let's do it that way. And that way there's places for you to take notes or doodle. Right in the first signature. Okay. And then let's do 2 small signatures of watercolor paper. And because this is heavier weight, and we're going to have to cut it down a little bit, I think we're going to do a decal edge on these and cut it down a little bit. So let's do 3 and 3, because this is really heavy. Let me see what the GSM, does it give a GSM? Yes, this is a 330 gram. Wow, this would be really thin paper. It was 30 gram. 300 gram, so 300 GSM, 140 pound paper, but it's watercolor paper, so it's heavier than index stock. So let's do 3 pages. Is 3 gonna, yeah, let's do 3 of each. So we're gonna take this off. Yeah, so there's 3. So we'll do 3 signatures still, and we'll use the same template that we used yesterday on our other journal. And okay, I've been on the struggle bus with this journal from yesterday because I think it's done-ish. Is it completely done? No. Because I don't know about you, but I get stuck. Like it probably looks done to everybody else, but in my mind's eye, it's not done. And my art teacher in high school, Mrs. Fossen, she would always ask us, is it done? And of course we want to say yes, because we just want to be done with the project, right? We just want, we're done with it. And so a lot of us will just say yes, just to be fickle and be like, I don't want to do this anymore. And she'd ask us, is it done? And I was one of the few people that'd be like, no, not really. You know, it's like, it's kind of done. It's done enough. And sometimes you have to have that. You have to say, yeah, it's done enough. You have to say, yes, this is as complete as I can complete it right now. And in 5 years, when I learn the new skills to really finish it, then we can come back, we can revisit it or whatever, you know? And so I guess my thinking is the journal from yesterday is done, but I want to put something more on the cover. And the thing I made is not speaking to me. So I'm trying to figure it out. Like, what does it need more? So yesterday, while I was at the Painted Raven, because Michael from Fireside Astronomy, because he does astrophotography, if you didn't know. He's kind of my partner in shenanigans, and we've been cheering each other on for the last year, and if it wasn't for our relationship, I don't know if either one of us would have really made it out of last year. But we go to Painted Raven because there is a farmers market in Elgin on Thursdays, so we go set up in the Painted Raven because who wants to sit out in 100-degree weather and try and sell art. I know I don't want to. Plus it's windy, and when you have paper and art, it likes to fly like an eagle. And so anyway, I was there, and she's starting to get more and more paper supplies, which is great because I can refer to her to my students, because I teach classes there as well. I can refer to her, you know, and have her have the supplies on hand for what I'm teaching, right? Saves me from having to try and find it wholesale and, you know, come up with a $300 order or more. There's one that wants $3,000. I'm like, I can't do $3,000. And you got to be a brick and mortar for some of these places. And I'm like, I'm not a brick and mortar, but I teach classes, and, you know, I have an online presence, and, you know, so anywho, I got some lunar paste. That's what I'm trying to say right now. I got some lunar paste. I got the copper, of course, because copper is, you know, the cat's meow, the bee's knees. My grandma used to say. Bee's knees. Anyway, and I'm going to put some lunar paste on there and see if that helps jazz it up, because I don't have any copper paste anymore, because that's always the first one to get sold out, and then the place that I want to get stuff from, they want a $300 minimum order, and well, maybe maybe eventually I'll have that kind of disposable income. But if you want to, she's revamping the website, and but on her website she does ship. I'm not sure about international shipping, but I know she does ship to the United States, and there is a discount code in the description. And if it's not working because she's shifting things around, just message me and let me know, or you can email her. And but I don't like giving her more work. That woman's already crazy busy. Just email me and I'll contact her and be like, hey, what gives? But 10% off is what it's at right now. That could change. It could go higher or lower, or she could just take it all away altogether, but I don't think she will, because she's all about the art community. She's a creative herself, and I adore her. I'm gonna go down to just 6 pages here, because this is gonna get really chunky really quickly. So hang on, let me, okay, so we got these 2 pages, these 2 pages. Is that the same as that? No. Yes. No. Yes. No. Okay. I swear my printer is possessed and just does its own thing. Okay, those 2 are the same. These 2 are the same. It's supposed to collate them, and it like literally will have 4 in a row that are exactly the same, and then nothing. Okay, see, this was completely out of order. Craziness. Okay, so we're gonna resort these. 1. Excuse me. Let's see where we go with this. Okay, there's one. We're just gonna do 1 signature, and then I was thinking, and because we're not gonna put any kind of embellishments or anything in it, because we want it kind of plain, right? And I'm just gonna fold these all together, because this is just regular 20-pound paper. 92 brightness is what I use for just regular journal type pages, because that's what these are. I'm wondering what kind of closure I want to do, because I want to have it easily accessible. And this is made like the one I had yesterday, the cardboard drop cloth thing. 2 layers of that, 2 layers of fabric. This is an old bed sheet. This is an old tablecloth. So you're still doing upcycling. You're still doing a junk journal, because you're using things that were discarded. This was at a thrift store. These I printed out, you know, copied from my artwork. So it's just, I'm repurposing things, you know, instead of just using it once, I'm being able to use it multiple times. And it's awesome. I love it. But I'm wondering if we could put some kind of pencil holder. Hang on, let me grab, oopa. Or, because I haven't even opened these yet, because I haven't had time to play with them. And I got them like a year and a half ago. These are the distressed watercolor pencils. I'm wondering, can we somehow craft a way? Okay, where's my scissors? There it is. I'm not gonna be stuck here on the struggle bus. Is there a way, and I gotta make sure this ends up in the garbage so Rhea sneaks in, she doesn't try and eat the plastic, because she's that cat. Anyway, if I try and make some kind of thing to hold it, my vitamin alarm is going off again. Sorry. I tell you, if I don't have alarms set, I forget about stuff. Like, that's why I get behind sometimes, and I may not exactly start at 9:30 or 7:30 when I have live streams, because I'm working on something. I get distracted, and ADHD is a thing. So these are packaged really nicely, I gotta say. See how it has this little flappy thing? See, can we do something like this on the front inside? Or is that gonna get too bulky? And for this, I think I'm just gonna do like just a little strip of something pretty. I don't know. I'm kind of, I won't say artist block. It's more like artist overwhelm. I get so many ideas. My brain goes, oh. So let me think on this while we get the rest of this, because we got to cut papers and do all that stuff. But this is my idea. Or even maybe just a little piece of elastic right there so you can tuck in. Yeah, we could do that. I could put a piece of elastic on a piece of this board, cover that with fabric, and then have little pencil things that come out, that, you know, little loops where you can put your pencils in. That would work, and it wouldn't be as bulky as this, because that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, oh, that's so bulky. And it would be okay for left-handies and right-handies. You would have to, but we'd have to put some kind of cart. Oh, I have an idea. Okay, let's get the papers ready. Okay, and for closure, we're just gonna do, I hate saying just, because this is a monumental thing. It's like the beginning of an art session. So you want it to not just be just, you know? Okay, we're gonna put this aside, put this aside. Let's focus, Tish, focus. Anybody else have just like the scattered brain thing in the morning? Like, I'm everywhere. I mean, I did my sourdough starter. I had to feed that. I had to, you know, all these things. All right, we're gonna do 3. We're gonna cut off the white. Actually, I might just leave the white. I'm just gonna leave the white, I think. But we are gonna kind of mix these up so they're not so like, plainy. Yeah. Yeah. Like so. I don't know. I do kind of like the idea of cutting off the white. Yeah, let's get Big Bertha up here. Where'd she go? I should say Big Fanny, because it's a Fiskars product. So there she is. I know this little lady here. Oh my gosh, she's heavy. I know she will cut through all of these at one time. So we want to make sure that we got these straight. All right. There we go. Get that all nice and tucked in there. Open this up. And five and a quarter looks like it's about right. There we go. If you're ever curious, this is where I put all my paper scraps, because then this gets emptied into a bigger bin and we're going to be making paper clay as soon as it's not 180 bajillion degrees outside. Okay, we need to get this corner. There we go. Okay. And we're going to bring this up this way because it's easier to pull it closer to you than it is further away. And we're going to shave off this little bit. Now, this beast of a paper cutter is my favorite, except for the one that we have that's the big wide format one that we use with the wide format printer. That guy is, well, before he became derailed, he was as smooth as glass. Just, you could, yeah. But this one, it's expensive. I'm gonna be real with you. It's expensive. But she is literally worth her weight in gold. This thing is probably the best paper cutter I've ever used in my entire life. And I've used a lot of paper cutters. I have, other than my decal, I love my decal, and we're gonna use that here in a minute. Okay, so I have this one. This was like one of my first ones. This is from the store that shall not be named. That one. I have this one. I have another one that's like this, but it's in my class bag because I use it for classes. I have Big Fanny. And then my newest member of the Cutter family, I had another one of these, not this brand, but this arm broke. Like literally I had it like, I don't know, 6 months and it broke. And I'm like, well, that was the worst $30 I ever spent. Or yeah, it was like $25, $30. So when you're buying these, it's an investment. Don't go cheap. I mean, if it's a little paper cutter like this, you can go a little cheaper, a little less expensive. This does, what is it called? When you just put the score, when you score it, this little black thing is the scorer, and then this little white one is the blade that actually cuts. And I've got extra blades because excuse me, when I have money, I go stock up on things that I know I'm going to need. And this was probably my last one of my last purchases at the store that shall not be named. Yeah, so I use it not very often. If I have like 1 or 2 pieces of paper I need to cut real quick, it's on the side of my desk. Grab it off the hook because it hangs on a hook on the side of my desk. This I got as a gift. This was gifted to me many years ago, and I have a love-hate relationship with it. I feel like it's flimsy, and I don't feel safe using it, so I don't use it very often. And then we have, and I don't know if it's this, I know there's another one, and I'm gonna probably end up getting it at some point. I know it seems redundant, but this is made for travel. This handle comes off, and there's a little thingy, see, there's a little thingy that goes in this thingy, and then so it can do 12 by 12 pieces. But it's, I don't like that I can't lock it. At least I haven't figured out how to lock it. And it's kind of flimsy for big old klutzy me. So I don't use it that often, but I do like the guillotine because 9 times out of 10, it cuts super straight. This is my new favorite toy. And I've been tucking away money for this and ending up spending it on something else, which is not fun. Excuse me. And, you know, I just, oh, is it not gonna fit? Okay, we gotta do this edge first. So, we're just gonna, the only thing I don't like is it doesn't have like the big long edge. So we're just gonna cut a smidge off the edge here. But yeah, it's cutting through 2 layers of of 300 GSM paper. So you gotta kind of, yeah. And I don't need them to be exactly, I just need it to be short enough to fit in here. And it's okay. I kind of want that aesthetic where the pages kind of are all decoly and sticking out and everything. So, and we need this to be 5.5. But, well, about that, yeah. Now these pieces of paper, these little scraps, go in to make paper clay. And we can, and if you just use like a paper shredder that we have downstairs, that's just copy paper usually, and usually white. So I'm gonna make more paper out of that. This one, the reason why I'm doing paper clay with the bin that's upstairs is because I put every color of paper in there, and paper clay doesn't necessarily lend itself. Oh, that's so smooth. It's like chopping it, those onions. Oh, anyway, because that is different colors, paper clay can be painted, and so if it's not white, it's not a big deal. Okay, so I need to come in about yay big. Okay. Gosh, I love this thing. So that's why we have 2 different projects going on. That is the Tish version. And we're gonna go a little bit shorter. The only thing I wish is there was some kind of way, like these lines in here, I wish they would have like painted them somehow. But you know what I can do? I can paint them my damn self. Okay. Put that in there. Okay. And then we'll do this one. Okay, so we're just going to take a little bit off the top. There we go. And I'm going to save this piece because it's watercolor paper and it's a little bit thicker. It's about 3/4 of an inch. So I'll put that in my little scrap bin because it might come in handy later. For this project, maybe. For another project, for sure. And I don't usually save scraps. Let's make that right there. That are smaller than my thumb. That's my rule. Anything smaller than my thumb goes in the bin because I'm going to reuse it. It's not going to go to waste. It's going to go to another project. And as soon as we get the garage set up to be a space for both, because Michael does the astrophotography. He prints and sells them on his website and in person. But we need a place to do like his framing and stuff like that, you know. So, and then I want to teach classes, but my studio is upstairs, so I want it to. It's a little bit clumsy to get up the stairs, and I don't want people to get hurt. So. We're gonna do the garage. We're gonna be able to set up the garage and stuff. Give me 1 minute. I'm gonna get a drink of my water because I've been talking a lot. Just tell me, you know, in the chat, say, Tish, you're talking too much. Okay, I'm gonna see if this will still work. My microphone started flashing at me. And we'll see if this will same time. Okay. Q. Haha. Okay. Tragedy averted. Now, I just gotta remember to mute my microphone on the microphone. Ha ha ha. So, there we go. Cool. See, it pays to be a little nerdy. There we go. Sorry about that. The battery on the receiver for my lavalier mic was flashing, and I'm like, oh no, that can't happen. I guess I forgot to plug it in. Or I plugged it in and it didn't charge because I didn't plug it in all the way. That's happened once or twice. Only once or twice though. Usually I make sure it's really seated, and hopefully I'm not too loud because it's a different setup for me. But hopefully it'll work and it'll stay going. So we're gonna do this one a little bit bigger. Hey, work with me. Thank you. Okay, so as I'm doing this, I'm kind of thinking in my head, if I take a piece of the same cardboard stuff, it's not really cardboard, it's almost like chipboard, but not as heavy as chipboard. It's like a lightweight chipboard. And I'll show it to you in a moment here. If I take a piece of that and score lines in it, cover it in fabric, and then make like a little envelope, it should work. I'm gonna make this one right here. Put that in there. I'm just gonna put them all together so they can just kind of chill and vibe. It's all about the vibe, yo. So if I take the cardboard and cover it in fabric, stitch around the edges, and then I've got some elastic. Where is my elastic? I think my elastic is in my white, where all my ribbon and stuff is at. So let's make this a little shorter, just because we can. And then this guy can be on the shorter side as well. Opa, why did you do that? Okay, we'll go here. I love this cutter. I absolutely love this cutter. I have not, I'm just, yeah. I need a name for him though. What shall we name him? Okay, so these are all our watercolor papers. Okay, and then these are our, the notebook that'll be in front. So you can make notes, do doodles or whatever, and then we should probably put, let's put a piece of vellum in front and like wrapped around. Should we put a piece of vellum between each page? Because vellum's not going to add much bulk, but that way, yes, let's do that. Let me grab the vellum. Let me grab the vellum, grab the elastic, and grab the cardstock. And how big is this? Let's see how wide this is. This I think is 6 inches from front to back, so we want something probably 5 inches. 4.5? 4.5. Is 4.5 going to hold a couple of these? 4.5 will hold a couple of those. Okay, so and then, so let me grab the bin of 6-inch fabric. Okay, I will probably forget something because that's more than 3 things, but good thing my studio is small. Sit back, enjoy the music. I will be back in less than 3 minutes. I think I got everything. Okay, so whew, this is that cardstock I was talking about, or the chipboard. It's, I would say, it's a little. I would say it's probably 300 to 400 GSM, but it's also water resistant, so that helps. And then this is my package, one of my many packages of vellum. I'm just gonna grab some here, and I think this is, yeah, this is 8.5 by 11. So we're just gonna fold these. I need to find a temporary home for them. Oh, I need to find a home for all that stuff. I need to really clean my studio, and in between projects tomorrow, that's what I'm going to do. Now, this is going to be the fabric for the inside cover. We have some extra. This is little though. This is my 6 inches or less bin. So, but I thought we could do something colorful because the front is very nondescript. That's not going to be wide enough, I don't think, but it's pretty. And it just makes me think of like watercolor splatters. Is that going to be wide enough? It's 5.5. We're going to make the thing 4.5, so that gives us a, yeah, that should be wide enough. Oh, this piece is a little bit wider too. So let's use that. I think it'll be colorful but not distracting on the inside. I think that'll be pretty. So let's put that there and that there, and let's get rid of this big guy. Okay, there we go. Okay, so let's put him back over here. Let's get, how many pages are we gonna need? We need one for the front of each one. So one, so let's do 7 just in case. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, these are going to go back in the vellum package. Vellum is kind of expensive, but I try to get it on sale or try and find it at a thrift store. There we go. Okay. Now, let's fold these. Folding white on white is always a challenge, but I'm up for it. Okay, so it doesn't have to be perfect. So we're gonna put these in between. Let's grab these and let's just put them where they're gonna go. Yeah, so if we put these in between, that way it doesn't stick. This one's going to stick out a little bit, so maybe we'll put this in the front. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. You know, I had a friend of mine back in the day that used to make fun of me because I'm like so all over the place. And this is before I was diagnosed with ADHD. And it just made sense to me to be, you know, kind of all over the place because I had so many things I needed to get done. And it's like, okay, should we deckle the edges? At least the ends? No, I'm going to leave them straight because that gives a little bit of a contrast to what we're doing here. It's like, do I paint within the lines or do I not? Okay, that goes there. sure how we do this. I do have an extra, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to put one in the middle. Well, I don't know, because I can grab another one if we decide to put them in the middle. Should we put one in the middle? Let's put one in the middle, and if they decide they want to take it out, they can. So I'll grab one more, because we're going to need one more, because we're going to have 2 sets of 3. Let me grab one more. I'm going to use this so I can see what I'm doing, sort of. Okay. That's the other thing we need to do this weekend too. There's so many things to do. It's just like, and I'm in the middle of making sourdough. I started my starter on Sunday. And I'm like, yeah, just add more work to your schedule, Tish. That's okay though, because sourdough bread is really, really good. So I am going for the foodie option, and it's also one of the few breads that I can eat without getting a tummy ache. So, okay, first we're gonna score some lines here. I'm getting ahead of myself. So let's bring out my score pal. So let's take some measurements, kind of think this out. And this is why I wanted to go live with you guys, and this is why I want to do these kinds of videos, because this way you get to see kind of inside my brain how I thought process things, and that way you kind of know, you know, when you're doing your own designs, or if you're just a beginner, this is you know, kind of how you got to think. Not chaotic and crazy like me. You don't have to be that way. But okay, so we're gonna do 4.5, and that will get us like right there. We'll keep it kind of more towards the front. And then how long are these pencils? You know what, I got another set of pencils. So these are watercolor pencils. But you could also, see, that's the thing. I don't know, what do I want to do? I've got these Prismacolor watercolor pencils, which I have used a little bit just to play with them. So this is 7 inches. Okay. Well, do I have the other ones? Do I have other ones? I have these ones too. I have a lot of watercolor pencils, and I don't play with them as much as I would love to. And this is why, because they're not transportable. Are these 7 inches as well? Maybe we make one, because 7 inches is good. There's going to be no way to close it, is what I'm thinking. Like, I want to have a closure here of some sort, so you can flip it open and then flip it back closed again. So I suppose we could make the base 7, and these are about how wide? Make the spine 1 inch, and make the front piece 8.5. Yeah. Okay, so let's write this down before we forget. And this is why I work on paper. So we're going to make it 4.5 inches wide. And then we're going to make it, the back will be 7, 1/2 inch spine, plus, what did we say, 8.5? 7, 8. We'll do 8. So this is 15. So 15.5. And I don't know if this piece of cardboard is going to be long enough, because I think this is only 13. So we can grab, yeah, this is only 13. So let's grab another piece. Give me 1 second. It's right here. I know these ones are bigger. These ones are longer because I pre-cut all the pieces to make the journal, so that way I can bulk make the covers. And I will be doing on our evening live streams, I usually do just a create along, and I just have the chill music playing, and I don't talk at all because I'm in my mode. Okay, so let's put these colored pencils away, or the watercolor pencils away, except for these little guys. I wanted to make sure that it'll fit like regular size ones, because these Tim Holtz ones are really short, but they're really intense and really, I mean, I haven't played with them to really vouch for that, but I've watched his live streams. In fact, Claire and I watched his live streams, and she's the one that bought them for me. So I think that's part of the reason why I haven't used them yet. Yeah, I've got the Inktense blocks as well. I mean, I've got all these wonderful things that Clara bought for me. And I think that's kind of, like I said, I think that's kind of the reason why I haven't done it yet. Okay, so we're gonna score this at 7. Let's do it this way. Let's make a mark at 7. Let's take a dry erase marker. This is what I like to do because that way I can make sure that I'm scoring on the right line. And it's dry erase, so it comes up with rubbing alcohol. It's not a big deal. And as you can see, I am not a pristine artist. So, wait a minute. Yes, we want to do it this way. So 7. Make sure that I'm starting to go off the track a little bit. So let's use our ruler to get us to the mark. Here we go. Okay. And then we're going to fold this and make a valley into a mountain. Okay, so this is the back side, and then we're going to score on this side. We're going to score at 7 again. Yeah. For some reason, this is not cooperating. So let's do 7 1/4. So beep, beep, right there. Oh no, wait a minute. I was trying to put the spine in the wrong spot. So 7, and then 7 1/2. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I probably don't need this big of a spine, but it's all right. There we go. And make another mountain. And the reason why I haven't cut this down to 4 1/2 yet is because that way I have another piece. So when I want to make another one, I remember what I did. See, this is how we do this. This is how we take notes. So, and then the last one, we're gonna do, I folded it on the spine here. So here's the back spine. So this is gonna sit up here. So we're gonna score this at, and that's where we're gonna cut. So we're gonna cut it at 9, just to give ourselves that little bit of space. So if we fub up, we can say oopsie daisy and cut it a little bit shorter, because it's like hair. You can cut your hair off, but you can't glue it back on. That's probably why I haven't got a haircut in like over a year, because that would stress me out. I know, it's a silly thing. Okay, we need Fanny for this one. I'm gonna hang him back up. Give me 1 second. He needs to go back up over here. There we go. Now he's out of my way. Okay, we're bring Fanny back out. And then we're gonna cut this piece off. Right about there, eh? And then this goes in my scrap pile for those. I have a whole, well, it's a shiner box. It's a beer box. It's a shiner box. Box. Thank you, Easter Bunny. Okay, so we're gonna put this down this way so we have a straight piece. And we're just gonna shave off just a tiny bit just to make sure it's straight. Okay, and then that goes in there. And now we're gonna bring this back up because I find it easier to pull towards me when I'm cutting through a lot of layers. There we go. And we want this to be 4.5, which is right here. Okay, 4.5. All right, and then we're gonna put on the inside, we're gonna take our pencil. This is the one we wanna keep. This is our template. Excuse me, so we're gonna write watercolor, or pencil, holder. And then I'll put this where I put all my other templates, which is just right over here by my stamps. All right, so let's do a dry run here before we go and put fabric on this and stitch around it and do all the things. So we're gonna put this here, like so. Okay, and you know what? We're gonna cut it off right here. Okay, and we don't need Fanny for that one. We can just get this one, and this one will work. So let's make this straight out. Get it lined up. Chomper. Okay, that is a little piece. Yeah, we'll put it in the bin. My rule of literal thumb, okay? Not the rule of thumb that everybody talks about, because that has to do with, you know, a rod smaller than your thumb. Anyway, anything more narrow than my thumb or more narrow than my hand, like lengthwise, goes in the bin. That's the only way I've been able to to tame my craziness. Okay, so this is the front piece, so I want something really cool on the front piece. We got to do the inside too. So let's do, I have an idea how we can do this. Okay. Wrap this around. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna, first off, we're gonna take care of this little tidbit here, because there's a little phalange sticking off. I'm gonna lift that down, okay? And then we are going to ink the edges of this with a permanent ink. Well, that's kind of fun though. Okay. And then, so let me grab my purple, because that will go well with this. So purple is on the big desk, I think. Yes, here she is. And where did my rando? Because I don't think I have a purple dauber. Let me see. Let me see what I got. I do have a purple dauber. How do you like that? That's for oxide, so purple ink. Here we go. All right, so we're gonna ink the edges, and then we're gonna wrap this, and then we're gonna stitch around the edge, and then we're just gonna take the scissors and cut it off. So you'll still, the reason why we're inking this is because you still might see this, and if I had the time, I would gesso this all and paint the edges, but we're working on a little time constraint, and it's still gonna look cool. And it's actually, I think the paint might be a hindrance to opening it and closing it. And until I test it and see how it actually works, I don't want to tell you to do it, okay? So we're gonna ink deeply, and if we have circles, it's okay. It's okay. We're not gonna cry about it. You get what you get, and you, you know, what is it the temple says? You get what you get and you don't cry about it. Yeah. That's kind of my whole life. And that's why I just can do the crazy things that I can do. I'm grateful for my life. I have a post-it note on my monitor downstairs in the office that says, gratitude is more than just a word. You gotta feel it, you gotta live it, you gotta love it. And it's truly more than just a word or a frame of mind. You have to embrace it, just like you have to embrace the chaos that life is. You know, life doesn't go the way we always want it to. But you gotta make the best of what you got, right? Right. Okay, so I'm doing this really dark, and I'm going in, trying to go in at least a ½ inch, just in case I don't get to where I need to. See, this is why I would gesso, because then you could cover this up, but meh. We're just gonna go with it, and I'm gonna do the other side too. I think I need to re-ink my pad. Let's go on the edges, because the edges always seem to be more juicy than the outside or the inside, because you always go stamp in the middle, right? All right, we're gonna do kind of this thing. We'll go the width of the dauber. And like I said, circles aren't gonna bother me. I just want it to be, so if you catch a glimpse of it, you're not gonna be like, oh, it's brown. Okay, so I'm using archival ink because this is permanent, and if it gets wet, it's not going to bleed once it dries. You got to let it dry. All right. And we're going to do these really quick. And then I'm going to get a drink of water because I feel my little nose cough coming on. The joy about Texas, allergies. I've never had allergies this bad in my life. And everybody's like, oh, it's because you're perimenopause. No, it's because Texas. Because I remember having them a little bit when I lived here before, many, many moons ago. But it wasn't this bad. Maybe it's because I'm in a different area. Okay, that way we can let this dry a little bit too. Let this do its cure thing. And if you really want, if you don't like the circles, you can spray it with rubbing alcohol and it kind of takes away the circles. I'm going to do these just in case the fabric starts to fray. And I have an idea for the inside too. So we'll see if that works. Okay, I'm going to get most of this ink off of this dauber. There we go. Probably use that again later because, hello, it's purple. Good morning, Gretchen. I just saw that you commented up there. I apologize. I get in my flow. Just covered your pages, oh, with random scraps. You know what? If you're doing random scraps, you know, that works. I'm not gonna lie to you. That works. Okay, so what we're gonna do here, and then we'll bring this up here. Are we gonna get fancy? Should we get fancy? Because this way, if we do it this way, okay, so I'm gonna fold it up that way, and then okay, so this is the back side. So we don't need to cover the back side, but I want to, just in case, you know, we could do. We'll process that later. We'll process that later, because I have an idea. I always have an idea. Is it a good idea? Maybe, maybe not. So we're gonna pull this up a little bit. You know, Gretchen, that makes me think of the project that I want to do. I just need to get the materials for it. So we're going to make a pocket right here. We're going to use this to make a pocket somehow. and fold this over so we don't see the selvage end. And I might just stitch this down real quick. I've got gold thread still in my thing. We'll just stitch this down real quick. And then we'll cut it so it ends right here. And then when we do our stitching, we'll just stitch at the bottom. And we'll stitch right here. And we'll stitch right here so it looks, oh, and then at the top, we'll do straight stitch. So it looks consistent, like it's supposed to be that way. So that's our cover, which I really like. Let's cut our fabric. I'm going to use my pinking shears. So right there. Oh, good, it is. You get what you get and don't throw a fit. Yeah. It's just life. Life 101, yo. All right, I need my glue. My glue mat. Oh, let's finger press this real quick. Which when I say finger press, I mean take a little bit of glue stick. So I'm just gonna put a little bit of glue stick on here. And yes, will it come up my sheen? Probably. But it's probably not gonna be a big deal. Because it's a little tiny bit of glue, and that way it's finger pressed. It's kind of like interfacing, but it gives it a little bit of an edge. So, and it's warm. So as long as it's not cold, you're good. And it's not liquid glue, so it dries really fast. I just want to be able, I'm going to stitch this across with the gold thread. Okay. Okay, I'll be right back. I wonder if I can stand and sew. We'll see if this is if this is a thing. I gotta unbury it though, because when I was doing that journal yesterday, I was on a quest for something to use as the front cover, and I haven't organized my mixed media bins yet, so they're just kind of all over the place. Okay. Yep. Okay, things are falling. That's okay. Let's just roll with it. And let's see if we can snow. Let's see if we can stand and sew at the same time. Okay, turning the sheen on and light on so I can see what I'm doing. Because the little light that they put on the sewing machines, it helps, but it's not enough. And I'm going to be doing jelly roll rugs, some pillows. Okay, did I fold this right? Let's make sure we folded this right before we commit. I think this is, yeah, because this side's the brighter side. Put this in. And then this is going to go up here like so. Yeah. Okay. I did it right. I did it good. I did good. Okay. All right. We're just going to do, we might have to back stitch a little bit. Oh wait, we want zigzag, not straight stitch. And so length and width. Let's do a really wide one. Right about there. There we go. Bring the needle down and off to the races. back up. Come on, up you go. There you go. I don't know why that got really tight. Okay, we're gonna rock it. It's really tight. Oh, you know why? Because I have it set to sew on cardboard and paper and stuff, not on 2 layers of fabric. That's all right. It still rocks. I have black thread on the back side on my bobbin and gold thread on the top, and then that, it's good. You get what you get and you don't throw a fit. All right, now we can glue. So we're going to flip this over and lay this here, and we're going to put this right there, just like that. Okay, so we're going to glue all of this, okay? And I'm just going to use my Oohoo glue stick. But before I do that, I'm going to get another drink of my juice because I'm getting the hiccups. Give me one moment, enjoy the music. Thank you for your patience. I have a lav mic on, and I don't want you to hear me go gulp, gulp, gulp. I don't think that would be appropriate. I got some glue on the side. That's why when I do the evening live streams, okay, Tish, words are hard. When I do the evening live streams, I usually have an adult beverage. They're usually really good because if I'm going to have a beverage in the evening, I usually only have one, and if I have one at all, and it's just nice to chillax. Okay, so we're gonna pull this tight and get it kind of even, and we're just gonna press it down. And while I'm pressing it down, I'm kind of pushing it on the corner here. There we go. And if you really want to get fancy, you can take your where's my rag? Did I roll over? Oh no! Don't break the goodies. These are fun. They're in my watercolor bin, and they always manage to pop out. Like, I'm still here, come use me. Here it is. Like I said, I need to clean my studio. After a week of twice daily live streams, my cleaning is lacking. So you can take a brayer and brayer it down. You can take a rag and just use that to wipe it down. You do whatever suits your fancy, okay? And no judgment here. Judgment-free zone. All right, so we're gonna pull up a lot of glue here because we want this to stick down. This isn't like so it permanently adheres, but we want a good layer. I'm just curious, now that Joanne has closed, and I don't shop at Hobby Lobby for personal reasons. If you want to know my personal reasons, we need to be friends first. So where do you go for your fabric? I've been going to the Painted Raven because she's got a lot of really cool 100% cotton fabric. She's also got the, what's it called? The minty, I think it's called, or minky, like the furry stuff. But she doesn't have like upholstery fabric, and I haven't been able to find someone local that does. And I'm hearing that Hobby Lobby is like turned into like this whole, like, you can buy an air fryer at Hobby Lobby now. It's like, and oh, I said this, the store that shall not be named. Oops, sorry. My shopping. Well, and Michael's is great, but the nearest Michael's is an hour drive away. And I'm a very tactile artist. I like to touch and feel what I'm going to be creating with. Shopping online is hard for me. And I don't know if that's just an ADHD thing, or if that's an artist thing, or if I'm just weird, or what. Okay, so this is adhering nicely. And then we're going to make sure that we can line this up. Where are you coming from, Mr. String? Oh, you're back here. All right, where's my scissors? I don't want those scissors. I want these. I actually want my little scissors, but I got these. So these go in the string bin. There we go. Oh, this is going to be perfect. Okay, there we go. Let's put our Uhu glue. Uhu glue. This stuff is made in Germany. So I'm, you know, supporting potential relatives because I am German, partially. People are pushing me to get that, what's it called? The DNA testing done. I'm like, I don't know about that. Okay, so I save these, and on a live stream, I'll show you what I do with them. Because I'm not cheap, I'm frugal. Oh, we got another stick right here. There we go. See, I go until I can't see any dry spots. That way I know I got a good layer on there. It's kind of like frosting a cake. You go till you don't see any cake. There we go. So we're going to put the lid back on there. And pull this taut. Give it a good crease. Like so. See, we just glued up to the bottom of that, so now we can come in with something. Where'd my, oh, here it is. Where'd my pencil go? So we can mark, and these marks will erase. So there's where our fold is at, okay? Or about there. All right, we're gonna let this dry, but we're gonna do one more thing. I'm wondering if we should use our scrap here and sew our elastic to this piece and then stitch this down so that way it's reinforced. I'm thinking. I go to my sister's house, one of the sews everything, and the other is scraps are always, I know, scraps are always abundant when you have sewing friends. They're like, oh, I'm not gonna use those. I'm like, oh, cool journal fodder. You know, one of the things that Stephanie's been doing at the shop is she's taking and upcycling stuff. Like I have a blouse that she made for me from one of Clara's old blouses that had holes in the armpits, so we didn't want to donate it, you know, because it's just going to get thrown away, and we didn't want to get it thrown away. And I'm like, well, I'll hang on to it. I'll make something from it. And but she took it and cut the sleeves off, and then puts an old scarf that I had with the fringes, and it looks so cool. But the other thing she's doing is taking plastic, like when you get fruit in the freezer section, she's taking those fruit things, the fruit containers, and turning it into little pouches. That she's quilting it, and so she gave me a couple of squares of the quilted stuff, and I was like, this is gonna be epic. I was so excited. I know I'm kind of a nerd, but it's okay. So I'm thinking I would rather stitch on this and then stitch it down because what if I screw it up? I don't want to screw up the whole thing because this looks really cool. I'm loving this. And this needs to dry anyway before we can stitch it. So we'll just take this scrap piece of fabric, wrap it up. So it looks cool. There we go. We're not going to make it that thick. We're just going to do right here. And so we still have a scrap piece. If we screw it up, we can try again. And I need to get a pinking shears with a different colored handle. So I have two sets of pinking shears, one for paper and one for fabric. Okay, that's not straight. There we go. It's a little better. Okay, so this is scrap pieces just in case we flub it up. And we'll put this right here. Do this side. The thing I like about the Uhu glue is it doesn't dry. It dries fast, but it doesn't dry super fast. So if you need to like move a wrinkle out, you can use your finger and finger press it out. You don't have to worry about it. All right, let's do this side. This side, and I'm not going to worry about the overlap right now. If it's bothersome after we do our stitching. Now here's my dilemma. I have this gray and I have this black, and this is 3/4 inch non-roll elastic, and this is not even a 1/4 inch. Oh, I have no ruler. Oh, it is a 1/4 inch. So this is 3 times as big, but I think we kind of want it that big. Because we're only going to have one piece of elastic to hold them in, and I don't think this is going to be strong enough. And I don't know why this is being all wonkerdoodle. Probably because I grabbed the wrong end. There we go. Maybe. Where'd it go? There we go. I don't think this is going to be strong enough. I mean, unless we do one up here and one down here. I mean, we could. And we could wrap this around. So we can wrap this around and stitch it. because I like the gray better than I like the black. I'm going to be real with you. Let's grab one of these. I think if we do two, it'll be good enough. Yep. And then these are 1/4 of an inch. Okay. I can't wait to play with these because I don't know if I'm going to sell this journal or if I'm going to keep it for myself. That's why I made sure to make a template, because I might sell this one, and then actually I will sell this one because I want to make mine a little bit bigger, because I like mine a little bit bigger. This is great for travel or something, but I don't travel, so I'm a homebody. Let's snip this with the pinky. I mean, really the only thing I travel to is I need to go up north again to visit family, and I go to Vid Summit, which is in Dallas, which is literally a 2-hour drive. So maybe 3. All right, so let's take a little bit of art glitter glue. Let's clean the tip on this guy. But before we do this, I'm gonna get another drink. Be right back. I just thought of this. I forgot to take my allergy medicine this morning. That's why my throat is so scratchy. The joys of being me. Okay, we're gonna tap that, and just gonna put a little bit here. And the reason why I'm using art glitter glue and not Fabri-Tac is because art glitter glue dries a little faster, and I just need it to hold it. I don't need it to be like super bonded, because we're gonna wrap the elastic around. I want a little on that side to hold that together, and a little here. Plus I need to fix my Fabri-Tac, because I think I thinned it down a little bit too much because it wasn't working well yesterday. So I'll just add more glue to it. It'll be fine. Okay, so I'm gonna get a fine point Sharpie, which should be in my bin right here. I didn't measure this, so hopefully it will cooperate. Oh, it's 2 1/4. That's awesome. So we'll do 2 inch, 1/4 inch, and we'll come up a 1/2 inch and a 1/4 inch. We'll do the same thing here. Two inch, 1/4 inch, 1/2 inch, 1/4 inch. And then, because these are these are 1/4 inch, we're gonna do, probably should do it on this side. But I'm worried that, you know what, let me find a green fine point. That way, no, I don't want to do that because I'd have to put lines in. let's just do it on the back side, and then we can, no, let's use pencil. Well, actually, if I use the 1/4 inch thing, the 1/4 inch seam allowance, that'll help. Okay, let's use the sewing machine from that part on. So what we're going to do is tack this down. Glue stick's not going to hold it. I want it to be able to be around the corner, but I'm afraid, nah, it'll be fine. So I'm going to put a little glue on here. I guess so. And then wrap it around. Well, that didn't work. It's all right. Just use a little more glue. And we won't wrap it around. But before we do that, we're going to cut another one. So they're about the same length. And then we can tuck this stuff out of the way. There we go. Where's the one with the glue on it still? This one. Art glitter glue doesn't work really well with fabric, but it does work. And like I said, I just want it to tack it down because we're going to be stitching over this anyway. So, but we're going to let this rest. I'm going to take a clamp, some parchment and a clamp, and we're going to clamp this down, let it dry. And then we're going to move on to the closure because I don't know exactly what closure I want to use, and if I decide to do some kind of brad or something like that, I want to be able to use this to cover it up. So we're going to work on the closure, and then we'll put the signatures in, and we're going to continue to let that, because this is still cool. So if your project is cool to the touch, that means your glue is still drying. So we're going to take that and we're going to clamp. Where's my parchment? Take a piece of parchment, piece of parchment, making bacon pancakes. And got one clamp here. Actually, we're going to fold it this way. And clamp this down. There we go. And make sure it's still straight. And then we're going to clamp this down. I know I have one. I know I have another one somewhere. Here it is. Okay. So that's going to dry. I'll put that up there. Let's put these back in their bin so they're not in our way. And then we're going to put the lid on this, and then we're going to brainstorm. Thunder, lightning. Put the lid on this for right now. And put those there. And we're just going to kind of hit the reset on the desk here. So what would be easy if you're an artist, a watercolor artist, or even, you know, you're using watercolor pencils, or you're using it as a mixed media book, you want something easy to open and close, right? And I'm just kind of giving this, I score these on the folds usually, but this one apparently I didn't, because it's not wanting to curve like it's supposed to. So we're going to go back and just reinforce this fold. There we go. This is the part that my hands don't like. It's like if I could have younger hands for just a couple hours every day. So there we go. We can just leave it straight for now. So here is what we're looking at. I was thinking just an elastic, because I have some elastic, just a little doohickey with a cool little funky closure. All right, hang on. We're gonna need this and this. I set things on top of my toolbox, and with the intention of putting them inside my toolbox. But sometimes they don't make it inside. They just sit on top. So I'm digging for my thinner elastic, which I use to make book covers, because I take these journals and turn them into book covers. Take the little demanding dog for a walk. I understand. We have 2 demanding cats. So this is, I think these are 1 millimeter, which I think would be perfect for a closure. And I've got black or I got white. I can take the white, and I've done it before where I've taken ink and dye the white. See, this is stuff from the Dollar Tree. This is probably 0.8 millimeter. It's really thin, and I don't like that. And then this is 3 millimeter, which is really thick, and it works great for some projects, but not for this. I think I'm gonna take a little segment of white. Okay. And put this over here so I have a way to, and we can color this whatever color we want. We can make it dark purple so it ties in with what's inside. And then do a little closure thingy and a little closure thingy, the little circle. There's a name for it and I can't think of it. And then that way, as this journal may grow, you can have it be as big as you want it to be. So I think that's what we're gonna do. But what do we want to put right here? I'm gonna go on a little adventure. First, let's do this first, because this is gonna need to dry. I do need to go on a little adventure, because I need to get my other hole punch, because I haven't fixed my hole punch from the other night when I was experimenting and I got it stuck. I can't quite seem to get it to come unstuck. Maybe I can. And I was just going to take a screwdriver and pound on it till it came unstuck. But I wonder. Ha! That's working. I'm chewing the crap out of my pencil though. See, carpenter pencils aren't just for writing. Got it mostly up. There we go. Got it. Ha ha ha. Carpenter pencils. If all else fails, force it. I need my pinchers of peril. Where are they? My tweezers. I call the little what are they called in the kitchen? Oh my gosh, words are eluding me lately, and I think it's just because I have 1,000 things going through my head right now. I almost said chopsticks. It's not chopsticks. The things you use, the tongs. Yes, tongs for salad, or the tongs that you use for like barbecuing. I call those pinchers of peril. And if you know what pinchers of peril are, if you know what that references, okay, we're gonna save this piece because I don't want to screw it up. Is this big enough? No. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Here, we'll use this piece of black cardstock because we're gonna put, I don't know what we're gonna do. They need to dry. Oops, that one got a little wonker doodle. Okay, that can go in that bin. Oh, now I got the hiccups again. Maybe. Put those there. I'm gonna go on a little adventure. I'm gonna go dig through my my cart that is mixed media, my mixed media cart. I have an idea for the cover, but I don't know if I have it readily available. And we'll see. Cause see, I was thinking something small like this. Like this is for one of the journal things that I did. Where did they go? The little fabric and ribbon clusters. They're in a box that was right behind me. There it is. See, these are too big, but this is supposed to go out on that one, on this one, I think. Yeah, on this one. See, I really like that on there. And I was going to trim it down to be where it needed to be. But I'm wondering if we can do something similar to this. And have, I don't know, we'll see. But now that that's dry, I can put that in the bin with this, so. Excuse me, I apologize. Okay, I'm gonna go on an adventure. I'm gonna go cough a little bit, drink some juice, enjoy the music, chat amongst yourselves. I will be back in a second. found them, but they have holes in them. So I'm gonna have to think. So I was thinking, because I don't want to put anything too bulky. On the front, because you're gonna, well, that doesn't matter then. But on this side, you want it flat. Because, no, yes, and even, because here you want it flat, and here you want it flat. So, what if, but even here, we can do something flat. We don't want it too bulky. So if I take some texture paste, because we can paint this side. If I took some texture paste or some joint compound and filled that in, or we put a brad, not a brad, what are they called? An eyelet here. Put an eyelet here. Do I have an eyelet that fits in there? That is going to be the question. Let's see. Clips and pins. Where'd my eyelets go? Where did they go? Oh, here they are. I think I have to redesign my whole. Oh no, this is all brads. These are all brads. Oh, but a Chicago screw would work, I think. And that way it gives it a back finish. Let's see, depending on what color we do. Is that the same color? Let me see. No. There's one. So that's the shortest one I got? I think so. These gonna fit in here. Joyous. So what we can do is we can tie our string around here and then put the Chicago screw in there, and that'll hold it. So we just have to decorate this. See? Okay. Now we need something to put the whirligig on. Got these. No, what happened to those other ones? Hang on. I know where they went. Here they are. So if we do, see, bright gold is going to be 2 gold. I think. Antique gold is not, but we can take some and antique this. Or see, these ones have the little, like it's a bezel holder. So you could do something inside there, but I don't want to do that right now. I mean, I could. Those are corners. Those aren't it. So I want to use those. So we can antique that a little bit. And then let's go in here. And I knew I should have gotten those things when I was with Painted Raven, but I only had a small budget, so I only have a small budget. So we got a key. I love keys. It's like unlocking things. Unlocking your, but let's see what, I have these Tim Holtz things, and I love using them because they're fun. Believe, Destiny. I know there's one that says inspired. And I think it's silver. That's wander. All right, I gotta put that down. Altered. Inspire is actually gold. So I like the silver key though. Kind of gives it a punch. But you know what? I think doing that would be more of a punch. Okay. And then okay. Let's put these back. Okay. I wonder, hang on. I'm thinking, got all these bead caps. So what if we put a bead cap on here? No, I don't like it. I don't like it. We have these little ones too. Be strong, be brave. Be amazing. And these ones say like love, but those are silver. Be kind. Yeah, we'll save those for another one. And then the big key. Okay. I love those clock faces. But we can do those in resin. Oh, we got resin too. You can dig through. Ooh. So this is always the fun part for me. This is the closure and you know, rethinking all of this. And I want it to sit up a little bit. Okay, so do we keep the black? The edges aren't painted. I don't like the black. We're gonna bring out this paint again because I like this paint. This is Daydream Apothecary Clay and Chalk Artisan Paint. This is called Spirit Adrift. It's a very kind of mauvey purple, and I think that'll go well with that. So let's get a stir stick. This is the color it is. It is so pretty. And let's do this in the background because it'll help complement both what's inside and bring a little color to that gray. And it's very subtle and very cool. So let's get, oh, didn't wash this paintbrush out very well. Let's get a different one. This one's got soak. Okay. Get a different paintbrush. I know I have one. Here we go. This one will work. I'm very hard on my brushes. That's why I buy the cheap ones. In fact, this is from the store that shall not be named. And I've had this for probably 10 years. But I am very hard on my brushes. In fact, the stuff that's on the paintbrush handle is actually chipping off because it's sat in water too long. So this is what we're gonna do. Where'd my water bottle go? Water bottle. That's how I put alcohol. Oh, for Pete's sake. Breathe. If I were a water bottle, where would I be? Probably in the spot where you're supposed to be. That's where you'd be. But that's boring. Who wants to do that? Oh, for Pete's sake. Put that right there. I got another water bottle. See, this is how I thwart things. It's like, oh, you need a water bottle? I am going to hide. Well, you know what? Joke's on you, mister. Because I got another water bottle. Right here. Haha. See? I have like 4 of them. But I like the big mister one. Okay, so when you're dealing with chalk, paint, I like to wet my surface. And then the paint kind of does this bleed thing. And when you dry it, it does this kind of chalky finish. So I'll show you on this side. We're gonna hit this with the hairdryer because who's got time to watch paint dry? My handle is like literally falling apart as I use this. Saving the paper. And there we go. And see, you don't get any it's self-levels, so you don't get as many brush strokes. So we're gonna hit this with the hairdryer. I'm just gonna set it down right here. And I need one of my rigs. There they are. Oy vey. Okay. Set that down and grab my hairdryer. And I'm gonna mute my microphone so you don't have to listen to me. Or my hairdryer. Here we go. Okay, that's dry enough to touch. We're gonna flip it over. We're gonna mist it again. There we go. And we're gonna take a little paint. But this Daydream Apothecary is available at the Painted Raven. This is me testing out a new product because I've never used this before until yesterday. But I've been using chalk and clay-based paint for about a decade now. And I just know I don't like the stuff that, you know, don't come at me, but I don't like the stuff at Home Depot because that's just paint, or the stuff at Menards because that's just paint that they add a little chalk to because it has a matte finish. They think they can sell it as clay-based paint. Okay, so we're going to spray this again. A little water. See how it does that kind of distressed look? We're going to turn this on low. Hang on, I'm going to mute the microphone. I'm going to turn it on low heat, and we're going to come up high, and we're going to dry it. See how it does that kind of distressed look? Kind of bring it up a little bit closer so you can kind of see. Okay, here we go. We're going to go. Okay, so let's wipe off the extra paint that's in here because we are done with this paint. I mean, it literally took like a teaspoon of paint to do this. That's why I like chalk paint. There's a company that I really want to, really want to teach with, but I don't have the storefront, nor do I have the $3,000 that they require up front. So, you know, if you want to help me get to my spot, I do have memberships available. Description is in the links below. But I just wanted to show you, I painted the backside a little bit. So you can see this is the first layer of paint, and it gives you kind of a more transparent paint, but then 2 coats and it's completely covered. So I just wanted to show you that. That's kind of where my brain was going when I did that. But this is the side that we distressed. Do you see? We still get a little bit of the wood grain, but it's all like automatically distressed. So what I want to do is, do we want to distress this with purple? Let's hit this with some purple. I don't know what's going to happen. We could ruin the whole thing and have to start over. But I think this will do what I want it to do. And it should be dry enough where we can just come in and hit the edges with some purple. So for me, art is all about layers and adding layers and layers and layers and layers and layers, and trust the process. Because if you don't trust the process, you give up, and we don't want you to give up. So I'm doing the edges mostly. I do have a layer of paint on the edges, but I want it to pop a little bit more off the cover. And I chose this because it has the same kind of loop-dees and stuff that the other one does. And we're gonna do this. We're gonna do a little bit here. And then we're gonna hit this with some rubbing alcohol while it's still wet. And then we will come back with the hairdryer on cool. We're not going to heat up rubbing alcohol because we don't want to set things on fire. And yes, I know scientifically speaking, it's not likely to happen, but you know what? Murphy is my friend, and he's a friend that I don't really like. So I don't know if he's really a friend or a friend to me. Okay, so we're going to lay this back down. We're going to spritz it with some rubbing alcohol just so we get that cool kind of spotty look. We're going to hit it with cold. I'm going to mute my microphone. Okay, that's what we're looking at right now. I'm thinking one more layer because, you know, I go over the top. And we're going to do some gold splatters. This is green gold mixed with a little regular gold. And I need another stir stick, which I have right here. We'll just use the other end. We'll stir this up. And we're going to take our fancy fan brush, which got a little hard. This is another one that I need to soak off, but it'll work for what we need it for. We're going to start back here, and we're just going to bring it in and just do some tiny gold splatters. A little bit more up in this corner. Maybe. Come on. There we go. That looks like a Midsummer Night's Dream type thing. A little bit more over here. Okay. I forgot to grab, I was gonna grab a gallon. I have an old gallon jug from like distilled water and I have it downstairs. Because I keep those things. If they have a nice lid, if they have one of those screw top lids, oh yeah, I'm keeping those. Because, you know, I like to have water up here. So I put my paintbrushes in it, but I forgot to grab the gallon jug. So that's what we got so far. Let me put it on a white piece of paper so you can see where we're at right now. That's where we're at right now. Now, now, next layer. Onions have layers. So, I want to do this on here, but I need some kind of something in the background. So what we're going to do is, I have an idea, but I don't know what happened to that paper. I'm going to go on a quest. I have some handmade paper, and I'm trying to remember what I did with it. I think I see it. Let me go grab it. Enjoy the music for a moment. Okay, I found it. This is from Leather Village on Amazon, and I'm going to be honest with you, there goes my lunch. It's reminding me to eat.
It's 12 p.m.
And it is 12 p.m. I got another hour before I have to eat. But I get this on Amazon, and I've ordered from them several times, and it's always really nice quality paper. So I'll see if I can find a link for them and put it down in the description. I think what we want to do is we're going to move this aside for a moment. Actually, we'll use an extra one so we don't disturb the gold paint. Use one of these. Again, these are from Dollar Tree, $1.25 for 4 of them. You don't have to use them as a chalkboard thing. So what I'm thinking here is doing, so it's about 1.5 inches. Where is my tear ruler? It is in my bin that I brought with me to work on. So what is this? This is, my ruler is 1.25 inches. So we'll bring it up a little bit. And this is my tear ruler. And this is really hard to tear, but it's really cool. So I'm gonna put this in my bin up there. And then right here. And we're going to tear it here at an angle, and then we're going to tear this one at an angle as well. Just a little bit, maybe. Maybe it'd be just easier to use our fingers. Yep. That goes in that bin. This goes over there. Move this aside. And then we're going to take let's grab some Distress Oxide. I don't have Villainous Potion, which is on my list to get. I do have Wilted Violet and Shaded Lilac. And I have this other Seedless Preserves, but that looks more like a pink to me. So we're gonna grab the Wilted Violet and the Shaded Lilac. Excuse me. Oh, but I booped the camera. Oops, sorry. There we go. I think that's good. Okay. Let's grab our oxide dauber. There we go. I really booped it. This is purple. Handle. All right, let's grab a scrap piece of paper. I've got 2 of them. Well, we'll make 2 of them just in case I screw it up. We're gonna take the Shaded Lilac first. We're gonna hit the middle of it. Yeah, I need re-inkers for these. So we're just gonna start here and we're just gonna kind of brush up the middle. Just like that. Same with this one. Oop. Because I want a little bit of the white to show. Okay. Excuse me. And then we're going to take the purple again. And I'm not going to worry about any of this cross-contaminating. You know what? They're my inks. I'll do what I want. So we're going to kind of make this look like purple paper. There we go. And I'm not going to worry about this because I don't want it to be perfect. Okay, let's go back to these corners, get these corners a little bit better. All right. There we go. Oops, let's put the binder back on it. Come on. Oh, for Pete's sake. If you don't go on right now, I'm just going to throw you aside. Okay, thank you. Excuse me. And then we're going to take this paper away because we don't want this to get all wet. Actually, it's not a big deal. Maybe some cool colors will come through. Okay, that is not water. That is a paw. There we go. All right, so we're gonna let that do its thing. We're gonna move these over here so they have a place to dry. Now, I'm gonna let that chill out. We're gonna grab, there is a piece of popsicle stick underneath here, somewhere in here. I know I just put it in here. I don't want to cut another one because they scare me when they cut. Okay, hang on. I'm just gonna bring the whole bin. Here it is. This is kind of my catch-all where I throw random things, and then about once a month I actually put things away. Okay, so I actually do need to cut this because I want it to be just smaller than that. So we're gonna take our Tim Holtz scissors. Now, actually, you know what we're gonna do? Because I don't want to ruin my Tim Holtz scissors, and I've got a wire cutter in my toolbox. I'm just gonna use a wire cutter and cut this as straight as we can here. Maybe. Okay, that went flying everywhere, but you know what? We got what we needed. Sort of. There we go. And we'll cut this off right here. Okay, so note to self, make sure oh, it broke. Sad day. Okay, well, we got one. Is one gonna be enough? I don't think so. You know what, we can still use one of these scraps. Maybe. All right, let's do, you know what? I just thought of something. That might be easier to cut is one of the little stir sticks. And it'll be about the right size. So, popsicle stick. Put the extra one there. We'll cut this. Oh yeah, that's so much easier. Why didn't I think of that? So, right there. Ooh. Okay. It wanted to fly off the desk. Okay, so we got that one and that one. Because I think two of these stacked up will give me enough depth. So when I hang a dangly off of there, yep, okay. So here we go. Okay, so I need this. I'm gonna need a jump ring. Got these guys, but I might actually use something else. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I need my, I'm going to move these onto the table so they can dry further. Put that over there so that can dry. And then we're going to take this, this is collage medium because I know it'll work. Whoa, baby. Don't know my own strength. Okay, so we're just gonna use the sticks. So dip it and flip it. There we go. All right, where are my tweezers? There they are. So I'm gonna get that kind of centered in the middle. Push it down. grab the edge of this stick. Use it to put some glue on the back side of this. Take the extras off is what I'm doing. Okay. So I want a little bit on here to hold it in place. Kind of smooching it in the cracks. Okay. I don't know what I was thinking. I'll put a little bit on here. And then set that on top. Get it lined up. I'm going to have it kind of come up the side a little bit. And I don't want it there. There we go. And then I'm going to put a little bit on top. And I'm going to use the tip to kind of smooch it out. And that way it just seals the wood. It makes it a little bit stronger. Because it'll get absorbed into the wood. There we go. Excuse me. All right, now we're going to put this to the side so it can dry. Let's see, let's put it just on top of this. So that way it's easier to transport. And it doesn't stick to my fingers. Yay! Okay. Now, our gold splatters should be dry. I want to see what this looks like. It's still a little bright. That's okay. We're going to go back in. I actually think I'm going to like the skinnier one. There we go. Okay. I'm going to hit this with a hair dryer. I hit them both because I can always go back and modify it. So I'm going to hit these with the hair dryer. I'm going to put something to hold them down though. There we go. So they won't go flying away, because that's usually what happens. All right, mute my microphone and enjoy the music. I also took that opportunity to get a drink of my juice, sip my juice, and make sure my throat wasn't all raspy. See, I like this one better. Okay, next step. We're gonna bring out the wet piece of paper because I need something in the background here. And I'm going to look for my little script stamp, and I found it. Oop. And I think we're gonna go with black ink for this. And I'm gonna use archival ink with Distress Oxide, probably to timber because it's kind of that brownish, grayish black, and I want to darken it up a little bit. So we're going to take this and get it nice and inky. I'm just tapping, and then we'll just do like it's kind of a soup. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. All right. So over there, throw that back there. Is another item, painted raven. I've been shoving there for years. There we go. I don't know why my computer goes to sleep. It's not supposed to. Okay. So this is a stamp from the Painted Raven. So, like I said, I've been shopping there a year, or over a year. And I just love the vibe. So this is scorched timber, and we need an oxide. And I'm just gonna go in a little bit at first because we can always add more. And just gently go in and kind of tone this down a little bit. Just like I said, just a little bit. Maybe do a fold here. Fold here. Kind of do folds here. Get the end corners, a little bit in the middle, a little bit in the middle here. And then we're going to mist this again. Okay, layers, people. It's all about layers. I think I'm just going to tear this off. We're going to hold it here with this. Just there we go. Now this is a background, so it doesn't have to be perfect. I'm going to grab this hairdryer, muting my microphone. Okay, let go with that. And we're going to come in with the sanding block and just kind of there. Distress it. This is a 100 grit sanding block. I have 100, 180, and 220 in those blocks. So now I'm going to take, if I can find my black ink dauber, that would be great. There we go. And we're just going to hit the edges. Just the edges, just to give it a little bit of definition. So I'm going to hold it straight up and just get the edges. That looks like it wants to tear off, so we're going to tear it off. There we go. And I'm kind of rubbing it in both directions. Something you don't want to do to your cat if she doesn't like it or he doesn't like it. My cat's weird, she likes it. But my cat also wants to get in the bathtub with me, so. She's a little peculiar, but we love her. There we go, just the edges. Perfect. Now, let's grab this guy and put him on here like so. And because that one's still drying, let's grab another one. It doesn't say the same thing, but we can at least get a visual interpretation of what it's going to look like. I'm just grabbing a random one that says Wander, which would work too because this is a travel artist notebook. And so we'll have Wander right there. I'm thinking maybe some fabric underneath. So we're going to have him kind of crooked like this, and then this will go in here like this. Or maybe we'll have that on the back side and we'll have this on the front side. I think we need another layer underneath the paper. What do we want to do? You know what we're going to do? We're going to do, because we had to do a little bit of grunge. We got to satisfy the grunge need. I have the perfect thing. Tea bag. Because, you know, let's see. Is this going to work? Is that big enough? I think it's too even. Let's just grab one of these and we're going to roll it up. Tear it. And then we want it right here, so we're going to tear it. There we go. We're going to tear this. What do we think? Yep. Yep, yep. I'm going to tear this. There we go. Put this little fur ball off of here. Okay, put this back in the bin. Look what I found. It's not in the spot that it was supposed to be. Okay, now I want my brown. I'm going to use archival ink. And we're just going to hit the edges again, just so it separates itself from the multiple layers. And we're just going to tap. Tap, swipe, rub it the wrong way. So we give it that extra little oomph. I use my thumb a lot. It's why I walk away with it really inky fingers, and I don't mind that. If you don't like inky fingers, one, you need to reevaluate your life. Not because I'm just saying maybe you shouldn't be an artist. Maybe you should stick with being another kind of creative, or wear gloves. Yeah. I don't like gloves. They make my hands sweat, and I don't like sweaty hands. Or just embrace the inky fingers and say, I'm an artist and this is what I do. Okay. I'm going a little haywire with this. I always do. But the nice thing about going a little haywire with this ink is, one, it's permanent, sort of. And I say sort of because it's only permanent when you don't use rubbing alcohol before it dries. Okay. Yeah, see, I love all that texture. So let's put this back. We're gonna take the rubbing alcohol. I'm gonna take it off the table. And then we're just gonna let it dry for a minute. And it does this cool little distressy effect. Now, oop, I'm gonna knock that thing on the floor. This is what we started with. This is what we ended up with. It's a little on the pink side, and I'm not real happy with that because I don't really like pink. But you know what? Whoever's buying this might. So we're not making this for me. We're making this for someone else. So there's where we're at, and we're gonna put that there, and this is almost dry. Now let's move this out of my way and put this back in the bin. There we go. This can go back in the bin. There we go. And then we've got this and that, and now we need to find out where we're going to put what we're going to put on the other side. So this is going to go to here. We need some kind of something right here. And we have this brad that we need to make a little more distressed. So we're just going to take this dauber, which doesn't have a lot of ink on it. I had to double check and make sure I was in the right thing. There we go. Then we're gonna, let's put the lid back on. Take the rubbing alcohol. So this is what it looks like now. Can you see? Can you see? And then we take the alcohol and we hold it far, far away and just kind of mist it a little bit. And there's a hair on it. There we go. And I'm going to set this really quick. So this is what we got now. It does a little cool distressy thing to it, and that'll go better with what we got going on. Okay, this is dry. So we're gonna kind of do it a little crooked like that, and then do this a little crooked like that. Actually, let's flip this over. It got a little big. Because I don't want anything in the way. So what we're going to do, I think we're going to do it like that. And then this will hang right here. And if someone wants to add something here, they can. Okay, so let's move this up a little. There we go. And that can go right there. Okay. So instead of removing all of this, because I will forget where I had it, we're going to clamp it right there. And then we're going to lift this up. We're going to sneak some glue underneath there. Okay. Tap that down. Okay, and then sneak some glue underneath here. Tap that down. And I want it to be crinkleable. Okay, except for this corner, because we want this to be solid. There we go. Because we're going to be putting another layer down here. So I need a little bit more glue. There we go. There we go. Yep, that'll be perfect. Okay, so we're going to use this. So let's cut the length of this and let's have a little fun. Now we're gonna, if you really don't like inky fingers, or if it grosses you out, please close your eyes. Because we're gonna take this and we're gonna do my infamous dyeing. So I just put it in a bundle of bunches. It's easier if you have a rubber binder, but I'm not going to go dig for a rubber binder. And I don't want it all completely white. Like all completely purple. So I'm just kind of getting it in spots. And then we're going to hit this with rubbing alcohol. And the amount of rubbing alcohol you use is not going to degrade the rubber or whatever synthetic they use. But I want to make sure I have a few dark spots. Because the next thing we're going to do is take, okay, it's right there. Take this and I'm going to squish it. And then we take the Inky Binky, or my rig, and we're going to just put it in the rig and give it a hard rub. That way this can dry too. Because we got this drying, we got the other thing drying. I might put that on the heat pad and hit it with a hair dryer so we can go to the next step. We probably could anyway. And just use the base and then put that on at the end. And the thing I like about this, if I decide I don't like this, I can take it off. I can do something else. There, see now it's not solid purple. Let me show you. And this makes it like your own creation, you know? So it does its own thing. It has little splotches of white, a little bit darker, a little bit lighter. It's fun. and it won't get you in trouble. Unless you use a lot of alcohol. Then they look at you funny when you go to the store and buy 6 bottles. I won't tell you how I know. Okay, we're done with that. This can go over here for a moment. Now we really need to think. We've got the brad. Excuse me. Got the brad. We're going to put this here. What kind of thing do we want? You know what? I think we're going to do... Is that too much? I think that's too much. Let me see. I have buttons somewhere. Let's see if we got any cool buttons. They're over here. Oh, there's my... Why are these over here? They're in the wrong spot. I found my eyelets. They're in the wrong spot. I don't know what they're doing. Okay, so I've got black buttons, which we could paint. Okay, everything's full over here. I got white buttons, which we could paint. But I was hoping not to have to paint anything anymore. That's silver. We're doing gold. That's silver. Another silver. What we got? I don't have a lot of buttons. Ooh, that's pretty, but that's silver. I have a lot of silver because that's the color I usually tend to lean towards. What if? Oh, you know what we could do? I need a flat button. That is a very flat button, but that's really big. And I don't know how. I would have to go get the drill gun. Because usually what I can do is hit this with, if they're small enough, you can hit them with your crocodile. I don't like doing that, but it's possible. Okay, buttons are out. Because I was thinking if I had a gold one like this, I could put it on this side, take the shank off, and put it on top of the brad, but... Thinking. See, I don't have everything. I have a lot of little things. Let's just do... Let's do some of this paper. And I'm going to grab a little piece of that. The cardboard that we used for the thingy. I know I have strips of it that I can use because this is thicker than cardstock and I don't want to be here for the next millennia waiting for stuff to dry. All right, let's do 2 holes. This is just a strip of that. This is when I go back and okay. We'll do 3. Okay. And I'm going to mark the middle on this one. Then we'll make this one the bottom one. should be the middle, close to it, hopefully. Okay, grabbing the crocodile. And sometimes it doesn't like to go to the 3/16, and it kind of makes me mad. But you know what, we'll use the 1/4 inch. I'm not going to argue. Just trying to make you work, dude. See, that's way too small. Boy. Okay. Maybe it's not open all the way. All else fails, force it. If I break it, I'll cry. There we go. We got it to go. Okay, so I always punch the hole in the bottom one. That way when I want to go back through and punch the hole for all of them, I have a guide. And that way, if I mess up, like this one's not center, that's way not center. If I mess up, I have other ones, and then I can just, you know, remark it. So let's do this way. That should be about half. I don't know how I get so far off. Okay, so we're gonna go this way. I don't know how you guys do this, but most people can eyeball it. I have difficulty eyeballing exact center. And if it's off exact center, it bugs me. So I don't do it. And for some reason, this one's off too, it looks like. Oi. Okay, what am I doing wrong here? So something's off. Okay, that's center. Ish. So which one's center now? That one. Okay. Now where'd my lid go? There it is. Too much stuff on my desk. All right, so let's line this up at the top and the bottom, and there we go. Okay, put the tool back where it goes. So when I'm, see, that's not center either. What the deuce, guys? Boy, I know I can fix this. Hang on. I've got a template. I forgot about this. Ah, see? So if you're as bad at getting center as I am, I have a template, and it's free on my Ko-Fi. Because who can cut a perfect circle? Not I can cut a perfect circle with a circle punch, but I can't find the center. So we're gonna do 2 more of these because those ones I don't wanna, usually I can nail it, but today apparently not. Not enough caffeine. Too much blood in my caffeine system. Okay. That up there. So now I got 3 of these. And this will be the back side. Okay, so we're going to glue these together. I'm just going to use a little glue stick because glue stick dries fast. To put the template on there. Okay, and then for the cardstock itself, we're going to use some art glitter glue. This is just paper. I think it might be 65-pound paper, but it's not heavy. It's not super heavy. Okay. I don't mind it being off a little, but those guys were like drunk. All right. Okay, now we got all 3, and hopefully this will still punch. And then we're going to cut a little circle of this paper. Excuse me. Oh my word. Are you really going to do this to me again? Okay, I think I might have got it cut. But can I get it out without totally destroying it? Actually, let's try pushing it through. There we go. That's okay. I need a new circle puncher. You know what? That'll work. All right. Let's see if we can punch a hole through this. I don't want to put another layer of paper down before. See, this is why I love this thing. Okay, so we're going to put another layer of paper down. And we're going to ink the snot out of this baby in a minute. We'll let that sit just for a minute. Let's get this out of the way. And while Mr. Circle is drying, so these are going to go together. I need to get, and those go together, and this is an extra piece. And these all can go in the bin. I'm just going to put them in that bin because they might come in handy in a little bit. I don't know yet. And I need to grab a jump ring for this rose gold thing, and I might actually grab a silver one, like an antique silver one, so that way it goes, we have those little touches of color, because this is kind of a rose gold. I don't know, let's just see what we got. Oy. Oh, I forgot I had these. Oh, that's cool. Okay, those need to stay out. I forget that I have things, because like I have jewelry stuff, like this is all my jewelry stuff, right? And Ooh, but we could do, this is all my jewelry. Oh, I need my ring and my tweezers. Okay. But I have a big bin for all my jewelry stuff, so that way, because I have to be that compartmentalized or I lose where I'm going and what I'm doing. And that's why cleaning my my workspace isn't that hard. It's just putting everything back in its place. Okay, so this is that, and this is that. What color do we, these are the only big ones I have, and we're not going to do a bright gold. And I think these might be a little too much. Actually, nope, I don't think so. Now that I look at them, I think it's going to be great. Okay, that's, I don't know how these all came to me open, but you know, I think we're going to do two though. We're going to do one for this. Okay, I'm going to put my little ring on. Because this thing is amazing. Actually, I like it on this finger. So I can open and close jump rings with the tweezers. Because I have this little doohickey. Sometimes I can do it. Apparently not right now. It's like, ha ha ha, I'll hold my beer. There we go. I think maybe excuse my, I think maybe we do this one off of this guy. I don't know why he's being so obtuse. My problem is I don't know what I did with my pliers. That's my problem. Oh, I do. I think I know where they're at. I think they're in here. Nope. I lied. Well, I didn't really lie. I lied to myself. There they are. They fell into the depths of my work bin. Okay, so I know we're not supposed to do this, but they're so far apart. I don't know. I got these at a thrift store, probably. Like, I don't know where I got these. Okay, so let's, do I have a big jump ring for this guy? Yeah. We're gonna do two. I think this one will work. Oh yeah. Okay. And we'll take this guy. It's not a perfect match, but it's close enough. There we go. Yeah, I like that. I like that. So that's what that looks like. Like I said, it's not a perfect rose gold match, but I mean, I have this rose gold, which is a really bright rose gold. These are kind of more purpley, and those are more like, those remind me of Black Hills gold, which I never really got into. And yeah, I tried not to anyway. Okay, so this is almost set up where we could almost put it on the thing. We're gonna let it dry just a little bit longer, and I like the key because you can unlock your imagination and your creativity. That's where my brain goes. Oh, and then let me put these away before I lose that little piece of equipment that costs a lot of money. I'm like, oh, this will be great, because I struggle holding two pliers in my hands. I don't know why, but my left hand just doesn't have the strength that it used to. So, and thankfully I'm right-handed. So, okay. Now, let's go in with these colors again. And what I'm going to do this time, instead of inking this up, I'm just going to press this. Because that way, yeah, kind of gives me that texture thing. There we go. I can go in this guy, get the edges. Okay. Grateful I kept those out. Why am I grabbing that? Oh, because I'm gonna need it in a minute. That's why. Okay. This thing I'm gonna throw in the damn bin. Stupid hole punch. I want to get nice ones. I don't want to get the cheap Amazon things. I want to get nice ones that are gonna last, that are gonna hold up to me and my shenanigans. Okay, so we're gonna miss this. There we go. I'll let that do its thing. And then this is going to go in the middle of it. Oh, we need washers. Those are over on the other side of the studio. I'm going to go on an adventure. I'm going to mute my microphone in case I stub my toe. Enjoy the music. I think I'm going to start keeping a few of these little washers on this side of the studio. So what I do is I stack 2 of these washers underneath the brad, and I just make sure the brad goes through. Like I put the cardboard thingy, and then I put 2 of these washers, and then I put it through the hole, and then I open it up, and that's what I do. So that way the string has a place to go. And we need something for the end of the string, which I think I already found what I want to use, because I did it inadvertently. That's silver though. Maybe I'll use one of these and take a gold marker. I kept a few things that Clara did. And they're just small things because I was living in my RV at the time. See, that's really pretty. Doesn't really go with what we're doing though. Okay, maybe not. Maybe we just put black bead. Those are glass. Are these beads or are they no? Oh, I gotta put these in the other thing. I wish I had some gold beads. I don't think I do. I think that, but these are kind of purpley pink. That would kind of go good at the end of the string, just like that. I don't know, we'll see. And I'll get a bead thingy. What are they called? They're a bead cap. Yeah, I don't have any gold ones. I need to get some gold ones. I don't need to. I want to. How's that? Because other than a handful of antique gold stuff, I don't have a lot of gold stuff because I gravitate towards the silvery stuff. I think that's too big. Is this gold? No, but it's kind of a black. There we go. Okay. So what we do is not put that on there yet, but oh, we need an end bead or something to go at the end. Oy. That would be really cool if I had something to put in it. I don't have really anything to put in it. I don't want to use another key. I don't want to use a gear. I don't have to have everything steampunk, you know? What if we just put, is that too big? Yeah, that's too big. Where's my pinchers of peril? Here they are. Ooh, that's kind of cute. Oh, and I dropped it. Oh, Lord have mercy. Where did I drop it? There it is. Love that one. Yep. I wonder if I have any of these gold ones. If they're all just that black. This is, yeah, let's see. Oh, wow. You know what? We're just going to leave it the way it is. And we're going to get a little bead to put at the end, maybe. We'll figure that out when we get there. Because I'm still trying to put everything together here. What if, hey now, things are falling. Those are too small, but they're kind of cool. I used one of these things yesterday. See, that's silver. It's got a silver undertone. Oh, but this might work. Is this fat enough? It might be. do this so the beads don't go flying everywhere. There we go. That's really pretty. That might work. We're going to grab a couple extra just in case, because I know me, and I will drop the little fiddly bits. So we're going to take the lid off of this guy. I'm going to put the little fiddly bits in there. Okay. Because I don't mind having an extra few little beads running around on my desk. I think that'll work for what I want it to do. Okay, that's done. Now, go back to this guy and our stamp and our black ink. See, I'm not a matchy-matchy kind of person. I'm a cohesive type person. Like, I like things cohesive. So, there we go. Now, we'll take a little of the scorched timber. This is the brown oxide. And hit this edgy stuff, a little bit on the edge here. Okay, give it a hit with the mister bottle. There we go. Let that dry again. How are we doing? Okay. Now that we got everything organized, let's sew our signatures. Because now all this stuff can dry while we're sewing the signatures. I'm going to get my 3 needles. Okay, and we're going to put fiddly bits in with the needles. I think I have another one of these, so I can actually like pre-set these up. That would be great if I could do that. Okay, we're going to hit a reset button here, and we're going to pull all the unnecessary things off the desk. Put this stuff away, or at least out of my way. And I have a little binder for this guy. This is walnut stain. I might want to keep this one. Yeah. Put that there. That can go over there. That can go there. This is black ink. So that can go there. This is purple ink. And yes, I do talk to myself a lot. These are going to go in the bin and be made into paper. Or not paper, paper clay. This can go into the paper clay bin. Oop. This goes over here. These are what we're gonna need. We need that. And this is the purple oxide, so that can come with. Brown oxide, I might need that still. Okay, get these all off the table. and out of my hair. There we go. The big table's right behind me, so I can just stack stuff behind, you know, and then I get it off my little table. And my little table is like 5 feet long by probably 4 feet wide. But, okay. So now that we're gonna do, I'll put this up here. Let's fold this paper underneath it a little bit better. Okay, there's that. Move these out of the way. Put this back. I got my needles. This is my string, which can go over in my fiddly bits. See, it's stretchy string. I love it. Put that in there. So we have all this together. Over here. There we go. We won't lose anything. This can go back up here. And these circles. There we go. Now we can clear this off. Okay. All right. Excuse me. I shouldn't have done that. One moment, please. Okay, now this can go over here. I'm going to change the paper tonight, I think. Either that or tomorrow when I clean. So I already have a template made for these. This is 8.5 tall by 1.5 inches, and that's what my spine is. So we're going to grab a couple of paper clips to help hold this in place. And I err on the bigger side being on the bottom because I don't mind if things stick out the top, but when you want to go sit your book down on like a bookshelf, you want it even, right? So we're going to take paper clips and hold this in place. And I do it from the outside to the end because I'm going to use my what do you call it? Crocodile, the big bite. And I'm going to take my fine point Sharpie, and I get kind of close because I want to be able to see. Actually, let's move this stuff out of the way so I can see what I'm doing. This would have been pretty on here too. But it's not going on here. We already have one already made. But that is a very nice plan B, Tish. And yes, I do talk to myself. Some of the best conversations I've had with me, myself, and I. Okay, so I follow these lines more than where the actual circle's at, because if you notice, my circles are a little bit off. It was a bad punch day for me. I'm going to make sure that we can open. So I'm going to slide this over just a fur so we can back open, front open. There we go. And we're going to follow, we're going to make sure the fabric is nice and flat. And we're going to follow the line and make little dots and I make little dots, so that way I make sure that my crocodile will punch all the color out. Now, here's the other thing we can do. We can put brads or eyelets in here if we wanted to. I am not going to. I usually reserve my eyelets for book covers because it needs that extra reinforcement. This is an art journal, and if they want to take out paper, they're not going to be taking out the same paper every time. Like, they're not going to be doing it as much as they are with a book. You know, you go through a book in a month, maybe. Me, it's about 3 years. So I'm going up to 1/18 on my crocodile. I do the first hole, and I get down and level with it. I get down close and personal with it, and I bring it down, get it centered on that dot, and punch. And do the same thing here, lining up with the dot to keep it in line horizontally, and then I line it up vertically with the other hole that I just punched. Because sometimes the holes get a little off. And this one's probably going to be a little off, but that's okay. Handmade. Okay. Flip it over because the crocodile is only 6 inches deep, or thereabouts. Oh, I wiggled when I should have woggled. Right. There we go. Whew. And this is why I punch from the outside in, because these get a little frayed. And I want that on the inside. I don't want that on the outside. All right, now that we got all these little tidbits, let's clean these up. And we can put these in the paper clay. And yes, they have fabric on them. It's okay. It's going into clay. And it's like a minuscule amount. All right, we don't need the paper. We don't need the crocodile anymore. This is probably my second favorite investment that I've made in my art studio, is that crocodile. I kid you not. Okay, you know what we haven't thought about? Binding thread. Yeah, so now we gotta shuffle all this stuff around. Because I stack things up, and here's the, I'm not used to having a space behind me. I'm not used to that yet. So I usually just set things on the floor beside me, because that's what I did in the RV. Well, I don't need to do that now. I've got a shelf behind me. And I forget. So I'm putting everything back on the shelf where it belongs. Sort of. Because I still need, still working out the kinks. Let's get this guy. This is my binding bucket, or it's a Craftsman toolbox. So, no, I don't want to use that. I want to use, I wonder if I have a really, really super dark purple. Like so dark it's like almost black. I can't even find my purple. Yeah, that's not dark enough. You can find every color but. I know I don't have a lot of purple, which is amazing to me. I need to go to Michael's. You know what? Let's use this. No, that's hemp. Is that gonna bleed? Is hemp gonna bleed? Because I kind of like this. Kind of, it's gray-ish. I like that. Let's use that. If it bleeds, it bleeds. I like it. I think it's gonna look good with this. I think it's gonna look good. It's a little bit on the bluer side, but that's okay. Handmade. Okay, so this is, I meant to sit down and untangle all these. I got that little baggie of all the hemp things at a thrift store, and they were all discombobulated and tangled, and so now they're all discombobulated and tangled. So we need 3 of these. I'm gonna measure 1, 2, 3 and a half, and then I'm going to cut this. Opa. Let's put that in the bin. There we go. Okay, now we got to untangle the rest of this mess so I can easily get at this. I meant to sit and just untangle all this, but you know, 14,000 other things get in the way that aren't as boring as doing this. I mean, I sorted all my fabric by size. That was boring. But you know, I watched a lot of, or listened to a lot of podcasts, and it helped. So I think we've almost got it. Doesn't look like we do, but we do. And since I'm sitting here doing this, I am going to grab a scrap piece of something. In fact, I know exactly what we're going to grab. We're going to grab this and cut it off about there. Grab a piece of blue tape. Tape the end. And we're going to just quickly make a little bobbin for this. There we go. Ta-da! I figured I could just, you know, organize as I go for some things like this, because I don't want to sit here and I sat and measured all my threads out for a while, and then I was just like, why am I doing this? And it was because I just was in a slump, and my art brain just was overwhelmed with emotions and just stuff and lifey, and so I was just making sure that I was doing something productive and something that would help me later, and it does help me later. But now I'm in the art room and in my studio, and I'm making things, you know, I'm doing things. There are days where I don't make stuff in physical form, but I do things digitally, or I have conversations with people, and you know, it's good. All right, so this is going to be our front. Let's make sure we have them all going the same direction. You know, we should have probably done green, but there's green in that, so that'll make it harmonious. There's green and purple in that, so. In my pen holder. Oh, that's what we need to do before we do the signatures. All right, let's get these threaded so we're all ready for signatures. So we're going to take our needle threader and put it through the needle. And yes, these are wide eye ones, but I find with embroidery floss and, you know, hemp string, it's still really hard to thread them because they get frayed on the end. And now this isn't going through. Okay, that's the first time that's happened. So let's see if I can do this via eyeball. I might have to put glue on the ends of these to make them skinny enough to pull through. There we go. Haha. Okay, there's one. I just want to get these needles off my desk before I brush them off accidentally. And then I step on one, and then I cry or pass out because there's strawberry jam. Okay, see, this isn't working. Where's my glue stick? So this is what I do when things are being obstinate. I'll take a little glue on my fingers, make a little point, and then usually I make a little point, and usually it goes right through. There we go. Okay. This is going to be fun trying to sew with, but you know what? We're going to commit because I've got other things to do today. Okay, so it'd probably be easier if I let it dry, but I'm impatient, if you haven't figured that out. There we go. I always joke, I'm not a doctor, I don't have patience. Okay, we gotta go back to this guy and this guy. I kind of forgot about him with the whole cover thing and all the things. There we go. So now we don't want it tight. We just want it down. Okay, let's move this stuff out of the way. So we're going to take our art glitter glue. We could probably use the Barely Art glue for this too. So I want to get another camera, so when I'm sewing I can do that angle without having to like turn cameras and all that, because that gets a little annoying. Okay, so I'm pulling it tight, but not pulling it tight so it stretches the elastic, if that makes any sense whatsoever. And I'm hoping this works, because if it doesn't, I'm going to be very sad, because I put a lot of work into this, and I can never get this fabric back. So all right, we're going to let this dry. This should stay. We're going to just put a little clip here just to hold it in place for a minute. And then, see, this is dry because it's not cool anymore. So we're going to fold the folds on here. And if you're just joining us, this is where we're going to put our pencils, our colored pencils. We gotta put some kind of closure on this too. I think I'm just gonna put a Velcro dot and a little loopy of ribbon or something. But, so, I am going to go and use my sewing machine in a moment here. Hang on, I need to get a drink first. And then I'm gonna I gotta move this stuff so I can bring my chair over there, because doing the little end thing was one thing, but so what do I got stacked up here? I don't want to hurt my feet. That would really defeat the purpose of having a studio. Because the whole reason why I have a studio is so I don't have to be constantly moving stuff everywhere to work. Because that's the way it was with my workstation in my RV. Every time I wanted to work on something, I had to go gather all my stuff and do all the things. And, you know, and I get it. People have to do that every day. And I'm probably preaching to the choir. And you're all like, well, get over it, Tish. And I'm just like, well, I like to work on 14 different things at once because that's what my ADHD likes. So that's what I do. And when I have to work on one thing at a time, it actually hurts my brain. It hurts my flow. Not like a major hurt. I'm fine. I'm not gonna die or anything. But it's still the fact that I need to do things the way that makes sense to me. And maybe that's why I don't work very well in corporate America, because my brain is creative. Oh, I forgot I had these. Okay, cool. I just opened my jewelry bin to put something that I got at a thrift store in my jewelry bin. This is gonna go underneath here, so it's easier to access, not access. Sunlit. This is the brand of puncher that I had. I probably got it off of Amazon. It is just complete and total crapola. I probably had it less than a year. Well, I've used it less than a year. Probably had it for like 3. But I kind of took a break for a while. Okay. Now I can get to my sewing machine. And how's the bobbin in there? Bobbin is over half full. Okay. I'm gonna take a drink and then we'll get to sewing here, and I'll bring it back and we'll check it out. So like I said, I wish I had a camera so you guys could see, but the way that my studio is set up, there's no way to make that, to facilitate just flipping this camera over there, because I'd be sideways and upside down. I'd be sewing on the ceiling, you know. I don't know why my brain went to Dancing on the Ceiling. I'm showing my age, but I was young when that song came out. So anyway, let me take a drink and then I'll turn my mic back on. You can hear me sewing and I can, you know, you can chill out, whatever. Okay, whew. So I'm trying to decide. I think I'm gonna do the gold on the inside, so that'll be the top. And I just gotta kind of follow this line right here. And I'm gonna do a zigzag stitch around the middle. And then we'll do straight stitches on the others. So, and my tension was bad because I was sewing through that, and then we're just going to do a wide one, and there we go. Bring down the needle and off we go. Okay, what am I stuck on? Oh, the leg of the table. Okay, backing stitching. Okay, I got stuff stuck up behind my sewing machine. Goodness gracious, I got stuff everywhere. Okay. Well, I was sorting signatures the other night, and so it was the only clean place to set things down that didn't have a bunch of stuff on it already. So, henceforth, and so on and so forth, everything. I got a new rag. Cool. Okay. And that can go there. And I got myself a new mouse that's Bluetooth, and it's amazing, and I spent like $10 on it. So my old mouse is sitting here looking at me like, what did I do? Okay, one more, and then we flip. And then we put the presser foot down again. One more, and flip. Maybe not. There we go. That's not going to work either. Zigzag stitching is really messing with my brain right about now. There, maybe that'll work better. Okay. Okay, now we gotta make that so it'll lay tight. And off we go. My tension is still off. That's weird. Okay. Let's go that way. Could be just because of this gold thread that I'm using too. back stitch. There we go, bring it up. Now we're going to switch it to a straight stitch. And we're going to go this way. Maybe. You know what? We might wait for the straight stitch. Yeah. Okay. But we are going to set up our machine for a straight stitch. That way, we're ready to rock and roll. All right, so this is what we got so far. This is where we're, and then I figured we'll do a straight stitch in gold, like right here. We'll go around like I do on the journal. I'll go around and do a straight stitch. But for now, let's just cut some of these threads off. And I'm gonna leave them a little bit long because that's kind of my aesthetic. And strings go in the string bin, which is the same as the fabric scrap bin, in case you were wondering. So we got this cool little pocket here. I kind of flubbed it up down here, but I think I might be able to rescue myself, but it's okay. I'm good with it. It's not supposed to be perfect. So this is gonna go right here. And I was thinking, I know, scary thought. Oh, let's take these and trim these down a little bit. There we go. I was thinking that I might just want to put Velcro on the back side here and here. I've got some industrial strength Velcro. And then that way, if you want to take this out while you're drawing, you can. But I also have it so this flap comes over so you can draw and paint and whatever. So I think I might do the Velcro because that would make it actually easier. Okay. And then I think that's about it that we have to, like, let's see where our things are at here, because we got to do that too real quick. And then yeah, that's sticking really nicely. Okay. So this is we're gonna stitch every 1/4 inch or 1/2 inch. I don't know. Let's stitch one and see. Well, we're gonna do one at the very edge. We're just gonna come down and then we'll attach all the strings in back. We'll put some paper tape on the back. And we'll just come down every 1/2 inch or so. It's not exactly perfect straight, but that's okay. And then this is gonna get put in here, like right about there. And then I think that should work. And we'll just, maybe we'll put eyelets there. Or brads or something. I don't know. We'll see. Okay. So that's on the inside. And then what I was going to do is come back and I'm actually thinking I'm just going to stitch around here and then just leave it. And if people want to cut it off, they can. If whoever buys this wants to cut it off, they can. Because like I said, I want it to be removable. So let's stitch this down. Oh, I don't know how this is going to work, but we're going to try. So I think that's 1/4 inch. Yes. we're just gonna start it off way at the top. There we go. Bring the needle down. Praying, praying, and praying. Okay, up. Okay, and so I guess we'll use 5/8. No, 5/8 is, that's not 5/8, is it? Yeah, that's 5/8. That's too small. All right, let's see what this looks like. Okay, that's off the fabric altogether. Let's see what this looks like. Is that too small? These are the smallest pencils. God bless. Okay, so we need to go a little bit wider than that. That'll work for that. Just a smidge wider. So that's gonna work really great. I'm so excited. Okay. There we go. Now, how wide is this? Out of curiosity. Because what I might do is just make a pencil mark and I can erase it later. That is just, yeah, see, I said a 1/2 inch. I don't know what's going on. Okay, so just make a pencil mark and erase it later if we need to. Okay. Okay. It's not perfect, but you know what? I don't think of anything that is. It's going to be a little wibble wobbly, but you know what? Handmade. This is the first time I've ever done this, so I've always wanted to. And you know what? I figured I'd really challenge myself. And let's just do one in the middle, so I stay on track. See, that's not even lining up now. What the deuce? It's a 1/2 inch. All right, whatever. We'll make it work. Maybe it is. I'm just looking at it crookedly. I don't know why I hold my breath. Okay, that's not exactly where it's supposed to be, but there we go. Okay. Now, this is going to be the crazy part. Trying to keep these strings from going underneath the, okay, you string. Ha. There we go. Trying to keep the strings from going into the sewing machine, but we're going to start here, and then we should be getting further and further away from that. So, because what I want to do is, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull the top string down, and we're going to, instead of tying them off or back stitching, we're going to just adhere them to the back. So I'm going to leave a little length on each end, excuse me, and then we're going to glue it down. Give me one moment. Okay. It's always that little fur in the back of my throat. I think I'm going to straight stitch on here, and then I'll just glue this down. Yeah. Instead of trying to stitch over the top of this. Okay, so I'm going to bring both of these with me and roll on over to this side and start stitching away and just see how, I don't want to do this fast, but I need to get it done too. Where's my little mark? So let's do it right there. That's close enough. There we go. Bring the needle down and off we go. Okay. And pull a little string. Okay. This is really kind of hard to line up because I'm not a very straight sewer. But I'm doing my best. And trying to have them all kind of start and stop at the same point, and that's proving to be a little bit of a challenge. And keeping it from going crooked. And I'm sure there's probably a better way to do this, but I am doing it on the fly because I'm that girl. Okay, right about there. Go, 3 more. Probably breathing through my mouth because my nose is all stuffy. Okay, up. 2 more. Okay, and last one for this bunch. And then we're gonna do a quick couple of laps around the edge of the other one. There we go. And this is gonna prove to be a challenge because we're going over the top of the 2 of them. There we go. And that's done. So we want, can we, yep. Okay. So this is where I get to have a little fun. This is my sanity right here. This is how I keep sewing because I don't sew in a straight line when I do my edges. I just sew to sew. Oh, I didn't think about that. Okay, well, we'll just make it work. There we go. Oops, almost broke the needle there. That wouldn't have been good. Okay, and there we go. That's the other thing we need to do too, which is fine. Okay. Where is the bottom of the pocket? Okay. Opa. Okay, we'll lift this up. And then we're going to do some back stitching. There we go. And then we're just going to do that's the inside. And then we're going to do some stitching here on the bottom of the pocket where the flipper doodle is. So we got to do this side. And we're going to start it here. I'm going to do 3 stitches and then back stitch, and then just run right alongside there, and 1, 2 back stitch. And then 1 more along the bottom. Right here. Right about there. Okay. Phew. Okay, take off my sewing glasses. Okay, I wear 2 pairs of glasses because I'm silly. But I wear 1 pair of glasses with, because I don't have bifocals. I need to get bifocals, but I don't want to get bifocals. I'm too young for bifocals. All right, let's cut these strings. All right, there's that. Oh, these strings too. And you got all tangled up in there. Why? Okay. You don't belong here. You belong over here. I need to have like this bin over on this side so I can just easily do this with my left hand. And apparently strings really like me. They just want to stick with me. Okay. And now this goes here. Like so. Okay. Now, I figured it'd be easiest to just take the glue stick and pull on these. Yep, that's what we're gonna do. So, lay these out flat. Give them all a good I suppose we could. I don't know how I'm going to pull through all of these. So I'm just going to do I don't know how that got so little. Okay. So take some glue stick. lift these over. Like so. Where are my tweezers? I put them back where they're supposed to go. That's where they are. Okay. There we go. And this. This one. Oh, that's what happened to it. It got tangled up in itself because I got over the edge. Okay. Okay, so we're going to take these little. Now, when we flip it over, like so, and then we can take all of these and bunch them up right there. So, maybe. Where is it? There it is. Okay. Now, you need to go back over that side. Now we need to straighten these ones out. So, there's that. Okay, I need to put a little bit more glue stick right here. You're probably thinking, why don't you just cut all the strings? Because this is gonna actually help reinforce, because I'm gonna put some paper tape, or not the paper tape like the Dollar Tree stuff, but the heavy duty paper tape. And that'll help reinforce all the stitching and the board itself be stronger than it used to be. Because we could all use a little strength once in a while, you know? There we go. There we go. Now we gotta grab that paper tape. Excuse me. If I can find some paper tape. All right, where did it go? There it is. I'm like, I know I just saw it. Excuse me for a moment, I need a beverage. Okay, much better. So this should fit perfectly right there. Yes, it does. Let's see where we're at. Should work. Put that back on my cart so I can find it again. This should lay right in the middle, and it does. Now we're going to take our spatula. This is a silicone spatula. Got it at Dollar Tree. I have about, I think I have 3 or 4 in my kitchen, but I have probably 8 or 12 in my studio, especially for acrylic pouring, mixing paint, because you can literally spray it with water, wipe it down with a towel, and it's clean. Almost do like me and just don't spray it down, and then, you know. So we're going to reinforce all the stitching. We're going to reinforce these elastic bands, and this will be awesome. It's not the straightest, I will give it that. It's a little crooked, it's a little wonky, but I'm okay with that. And I'm wondering, yes, we will. We will glue it down, and then we're going to put brads on the corners. No, yes, because I don't want anybody putting stuff, because that's going to pull on this. It's going to pull the whole thing. This is just to hold it in place while we do this, and just so we're kind of in the middle. This is about 7 inches, so we're going to come down to 3 inches. Here we go. Okay. Bin. Let's back up here. Now, oh nope. we'll think on that. I might just do a piece of ribbon because it will look prettier. Look cleaner. Okay. So let's grab these because these are wood pencils and I'm afraid I'm going to. So that's that. Okay, so that's all right. Let's put this lid on so if I drop it, it's gonna go flying everywhere. You know what? I'm gonna put on it. I'm just gonna let it be a flippy. Just flip it up, flip it down. I'm not gonna even bother with closure. It keeps it tight. You're gonna have this keeping it closed. Yep, I'm gonna put on it. I just think it just, I don't know, I don't think it's necessary. Okay. And when I go to the painted raven, I'm gonna get a set of colored pencils, Montmark ones or something. So now I should Montmark. I'm gonna put Crayola in there. So, and I did do it a little further towards the back than the front to make room for this. And then here's where so we want this to be 4.5 from the top. Where's my Sharpie? Because that's actually where our, I don't want it exactly, I want it a little, let's do 5. So this is where we're going to go with our wrapper doodle. Because where did our wrapper doodle go? It's right here. I think that's good because I'm there and there. Over just an inch. Yeah, I kind of like it right there. So let's poke this hole. So we're here. Paint marker. And I'm going to paint the edge here. And let that away. can breathe through my nose again. It's a miracle. All right, now I'll go back in too. That goes there. Paint marker back. Okay, sorry about that. My computer goes to sleep randomly, just randomly. Sometimes it's 2 hours, sometimes it's 4, sometimes it doesn't go to sleep at all. I don't know what is going on, but I'll figure it out and we'll go from there. All right, so the next one, next hole we need to punch is for, oh good golly, Miss Molly, what'd I do with it? There it is. Yeah. So that guy's right there, so we want this guy right about here. Okay, yeah, that seems straight. Maybe up a little bit. There we go, and we're going to take our Sharpie and we're going to mark a dot right where we want it. There we go. So we need crocodile again. My computer's narcoleptic. I don't know why I just thought of that. Oh boy. Okay, so we're gonna punch a 1/8 inch hole here. I'm gonna boop it back just a little bit. There we go. And then we're gonna punch a 3/16 hole here. I don't know why I have to do that, but it's the only way I can get it to work. Okay. And this one we're going to have to hit with the awl so the Chicago screw will fit through, because right now it won't. But I wanted to get all the holes punched. I'm actually going to do this piece, so because the string will go on this side and wrap around there. So we're gonna do our 2 little washers, our brad, and you know what, I want to hit this with a little bit of black ink, just a little bit, just to kind of tone it down. There we go. If we need to, because this and this go, but where'd it go? This and this go. God blessed. I don't need this anymore. This can go off my desk. Lord have mercy. So this and that, they kind of look the same. This is a little bit more pink, but it'll go well. So then this goes through, and then this goes through, and then put this through here. And then pull this tight. Like that. And then we get some glue. And we put it underneath our little thingies, like so. Like that, okay. Excuse me. And then we get some of the brown tape. And we cut a little strip, like about yay big. And then that goes right there. And then when this is all set up, you can take a little bit of fabric. I wonder if this will fit. Nope. Do it, Mom. I just didn't want to have to cut more fabric. Well, you know what? We can put a little pocket. No, we can't because we have the thing there. So we're going to do just to size here. We're going to give it a little snip and a little tear. And then we're going to do the top piece, this other piece right here. And one big snip. There we go. Put that back there. Put this down right here. And that means glue mat. Glue stick and our glitter glue down, and then we should be good. Put our glitter glue on the paper. And then we're just going to put this down like a patch. Okay. Okay, for whatever reason, it'll stay. And to make sure it stays, I'm going to put some parchment on here with some painter's tape. I set things down and then I can't find them. wrong with my brain? Okay. Put that there so we don't disturb it. There we go. And then once we get the signature sewn in, which is what we're going to do next, I wanted to get all that done before we put in the signatures. Okay, back to signatures are going to be this paper. So we're going to take these three, and we got 1, 2, 3. Okay. So 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay. These two are about the same. So let's cut this one a little bit shorter. Just a smidge. This one to be a little bit shorter. Can go right there. There, that should be good. Yeah. And they're all the same-ish height. You know what? I wonder if I shouldn't. No, we're gonna leave it. Okay. So this goes on the inside. This goes on the outside. I wonder if I shouldn't just make them all the same height, because that's kind of annoying me. Oh, I got 2 pieces here. I was like, what's going to happen? Okay. So I don't mind that they're a little bit, this is a little bit longer. But it kind of bothers me that it's not, that it's like such a drastic height difference. I don't know, not really. Doesn't really bother me now. Okay. Because they're all a little bit different. Okay, so that's the first signature. That's the second signature. Okay. All right. Let's put the lid on the glue. Glue stick can go back in the bin. So next time someone questions your pricing on your journals, send them to this live stream and tell them, watch. And she is different than me. She does things differently. Different thought process. I take a little bit more time with my things, you know. So I don't know. One more moment. I need to get a beverage. Well, this is juice. This is just cranberry and pomegranate juice and a shot of limeade, just to make it even more puckery. So it keeps my throat from getting all gooky. Okay. Sorry for the sniffles. It's just part and parcel to being in this state. And I'm wondering, should I do 3? Because 3 is an awful lot. But let's just do 3. Okay. So, after adjusting my glasses for the 1000th time today, we are going to clamp these together so they don't slide around. Now that I kind of got them where I want them. That's kind of where I want it. I want it kind of... Okay. There we go. And we've got vellum and watercolor paper in here. And then we need... I can go over there. And we need our guide. And make sure that T is at the top. And kind of eyeball it. And paper clip it, which works sometimes. Let's just clip it there. And clip it there. There we go. The thing I don't like about these clips is I can't lay it as flat as I would like to. So, but it still works. Watch out for your finger. Don't ask me how I know. And this is a bead reamer because it's longer. If you have an ice pick, that works too, or an awl. I have an awl, but he's a beefy guy, and it makes life a little more difficult because I can't get the leverage on him that I can on the bead reamer. There we go. And today we are going to sew this in with a 3-stitch pamphlet stitch. Yeah. Or 3-hole pamphlet stitch. 3-stitch. It's more than 3 stitches. Okay. Now we want to bump this up and this up because we don't want to stitch the guide in there. We need to use him again. All right. I start from the back, you do you. We've got our needles all threaded already. That saves time. All Actually, it doesn't necessarily save time, it just saves my mojo. Okay, and through the hole. And vellum is really hard to find the hole on because it's so slickery. Okay. There we go. Come on. Come on. Don't make me pull the pliers out. My hands are all full of like glue residue. There we go. Weeble wobble it a little bit. There we go. And this is hemp cord because I want to keep this as the inside as neutral as possible, and I didn't want to use black and I didn't want to use white. I wanted something with a little drama to it, I guess. Okay, so I'm going to make sure this string goes behind here. And I'm going to pull this string tight. Let me pull this string tight. And then we go in this hole. And I pull them tight, but then I kind of loosen them up again so I can see what I'm doing. And this guy's just in my way. And then we go back through this hole. Oh, jeepers. Okay, I'm going to wiggle it out a little bit. There we go. Don't force it, just wiggle. All right, we're going to pull this. Because for whatever reason, this is not going back in the hole. I'm missing something. Which one have we gone through? Okay. Where are we at? Vellum is really hard to stitch. Because right now, okay, let's pull this tight because it's all over the place. Let's get these lined up. Track it down to this last piece. There we go. Okay, now we kind of do this tightening thing. So we pull this tight, this string tight, and then we pull this string tight. So that's the string that's behind here. And then we pull the center string tight, so the top stitch. And then we pull this tight. There we go. And now we should be tight. Oh yeah, that moves the book, so we're good. The thing I like about the hemp cord is it stays tight. So that way. That way. And that's good. So we're going to cut these two down here, and this is how I do it. So I'm not putting a page marker in here. So I just cut them off at the bottom. If whoever owns this wants to cut them off shorter, they can. That is on them. I'm going to put this over here so I don't knock it on the floor. There we go. I was going to say, don't tell me I forgot the vellum. I got the vellum. There we go. Signature 1 is done. Well, signature 3 is done. It's technically the third signature. Vellum is hard to stitch. I'm just gonna say. I don't know what I was thinking when I decided to put it in there. Because, yeah. There we go. Now, this is gonna be really cool when we're all done. I'm excited. Okay. Signature number 2. So we're gonna get the pages kind of where we want them. And this time I'm going to do it a little bit differently. I am going to paper clip it and clip it, if that makes any sense whatsoever. So I'm going to paper clip it here on the back side. And then I'm going to paper clip it here on the front side. This will work. I don't know if these are long enough. I think I have a jumbo one somewhere. I do have a jumbo one somewhere. And then that way, when I go to excuse me, when I go to put these on top, and put them right in the fold. Because I use this straight line here to like line this up in the fold. If that makes sense. So this is straight in the fold. Because I think, because we're working with really super thick paper here, and this is what makes it complicated, is we're doing two really complicated things at the same time. We're doing vellum, which is slicker than snot, and we're doing heavy duty watercolor paper. So this is not a beginner project. This is more advanced. Once you've done 40 or so signatures, and you have the hand strength, which I don't have the left hand strength. My right hand's still good though. All right, let's move this up now that we got it in the corner. And watch out for your finger. No strawberry jam. Okay, so now we can book these up. Take this out and pray to the paper gods that this goes a little easier than the last one. At least now we know what we're in for, right? Okay, signature number 2. And I won't do what I did yesterday. If you watched the first live in this series, I kept going in the wrong hole at the bottom. I kept wanting to go on the top, on the first signature, and I was only sewing in the second signature. So, and it doesn't matter what hole you go. If you go top, top, bottom, bottom, it doesn't matter because they all look the same. I mean, if you're doing beads on it or something, and, you know, doing some complex shenanigans, then yeah, then there's going to be, you want to do it all the same. So it all looks the same. But for a basic signature, if you go top one time and bottom the next time, it's all good. Variety is the spice of life, right? Oh, look at that. Oh, beautimous. Went right in the hole. Thank you, paper gods and goddesses, for allowing me, your humble artisan, to do it on the first try. Okay. That's so pretty. I'm so excited. Gosh, this has only taken me like 5 hours to do. But it's pretty and I'm excited. And we got vellum, paper, vellum, paper, vellum, paper, vellum. And then there's 2 pieces of vellum together. That's okay. I don't care. I want it to be protected. Okay. Let's check the wiggle factor. Are we tight? Oh, we got a little bit of wiggle, which is okay. I'm okay with that. A little bit of wiggle is fine. Okay, hold the bottoms, hold the first string, the first stitch, and we're gonna pull it tight here. Whoop, whoop, here. There we go. Hang on. Oh, you didn't need to I'm gonna put it in with my hands. That's okay. Thank you. No, it's fine. Thank you. I appreciate you. Okay, I got my beverage topped off. Mikey just brought me some water, so I'm happy now. Hold on one moment. Okay, now let's figure out why this wiggles. Hey, hey, where the wiggles? No, that's the monkeys, never mind. Okay, so we're gonna pull this. We're gonna pull this. Okay. Pull this. And we're going to pull this. Now, doing it all top and all bottom helps you know which ones to pull, but I don't know, I can usually remember. Okay, let's tie that tight and see where we're at. Oh yeah, that's nice and tight. We don't want too tight because then you have paper ripping, and we don't want paper ripping. Okay, and we're going to cut this right here. There we go. I think anchoring down the vellum really helped. So, hang on 1 second. There is something amiss at the Circle K. So, there we go. For some reason, I'm using a new software, and for some reason it does this little flashy thing. I don't know why. Maybe it's a notification. I don't know. It just does it, and it's kind of disconcerting because I think there's something wrong, and it turns out there's nothing wrong. All right, so there's that and that and that. Oh, this is going to be great because unless you do mixed media in here, and then you can just take the front piece out. You could take this out, but I'm going to put this in here. So there's a little space for notes and stuff when you want to take notes. Okay, and we want this at the top. So put this aside. Excuse me, got the hiccups again. And this at the top. There we go. Like so. Okay, hang on a second. For some reason, it's not cooperating. There we go. Let's move this at the top. Let's put this on here. There we go. It's not cooperating again. I think it's my hands. My hands are kind of like, okay, day's done. We're done here. Move along. Move along. It's kind of what my hands do. But, you know, I want to get this done. I said 30 journals in 30 days. And other than the last final piece on the last one we did, I can't decide. And it'll literally take me, once I decide, it'll take me absolute minutes to adhere it on or find something else to put on there instead. So it's, or just leave it. And that's where I'm at. I'm like, I could just leave it. I could just leave it. But sometimes you need to take a pause and go through what is important, you know? Excuse me. I think part of the reason why my throat gets scratchy when I'm up here, I talk to myself, so it's not the talking. I have whole conversations with myself. But it's the fan, the ceiling fan is constantly going, and then I have the other fan constantly going, because otherwise it gets really warm in here. Right now it is 82, which is perfectly fine by me. I'm okay with 82. I like being warm. I don't like being cold, hence the reason why I'm in Texas and not Minnesota or North Dakota or Montana. I mean, they're beautiful places, and if you love it there, more power to you. Me? Nope, not my jam. All right, last signature, and then we can put the pencil holder thingy in. And then, oh, come on. And then the Chicago screw to hold the other thing in. Let's see, that goes over there. And then this goes here. And I don't know why this didn't go in the hole. Oh, I know why, because I didn't have it held tight to it, that's why. Okay, so we're gonna pull this tight. Okay, and over the top. It's like our own little version of the hokey pokey. Okay, there we go. Are we having a thunderstorm outside, or is there... We live close to a, what is it? It's a National Guard range, National Guard camp, or Army camp or something. I don't know what it is. I'm saying National Guard because I don't know what it is. It could be Army, it could be Navy, Air Force, Marines. But there's sometimes it sounds like we are at war because there's things going off in the distance, and it's kind of disheartening. And it makes me feel for people who are in an actual war zone. It's like, oh God, I don't. And at least they know. At least I know I'm safe. I know I'm not being attacked. It's still disheartening, and I truly feel for anybody who has to live in that life. Okay, so this is tight. This is tight. This is tight, and this is tight. I'm going to tie it while it's tight. Tie one knot. And we're wiggling the book, so that's tight enough. And do another knot. And snip it. Put that over there. Take the paper clips off. Okay. So we got all the signatures in. Now this should be dry-ish. Oh, it's still a little damp, so we're gonna put this kind of over the top of it a little more loosely, since we're not actively working on it. And we're gonna put the Chicago screw in. But first we need to get, where is my threader? It's bright green. I have a bright green one for a reason. Oh, this is almost dry. Rock on. It's dry enough to put on there. Okay. I usually put it back here. You go over here. Here, little guy. You go over there. You're a spare guy. Oh, Lord have mercy. Ha! Found it. Excuse me. Give me one moment. that's probably it. I appreciate your patience, but I think that it's dry up here because it says it's 41% relative humidity, which is fairly dry, especially for Texas. Okay, let's see if we can get that. Oh, yes, groovy. Okay, it did exactly what I wanted it to do. Now we're gonna do this one. Wait. We're gonna do, that's a Chicago screw. That's the other Chicago. Oh, that's right, we didn't end up doing that. So we did the other thing. So this isn't going to go that far. This is going to go like right there. Okay. So we put this in through. Hopefully this will work. If I break it, I break it. I just bought like 30 of these. They're all brightly colored. Okay. I can't do it on the table. I got to do it in front of my face. There we go. Okay. And we pull on that one. Pull on that one. There. Nice and tight. Okay, and then we're going to do the black one. This is, I got this. It's not for beading, it's just for sewing, but it's extra long. And because I use these with my little Singer sewing machine. My little Singer. It's just a little mending machine, and it doesn't come with an auto threader. So I need something that's longer, and that's why I got these. So we're going to do this. Pull this tight. Pull this tight. Oh, that looks stupid cute. Oh, that's going to be perfect. You know what? I wonder if we should just leave it at that. Yep, we are. We're going to put this guy through here. So this goes this way. No, this goes this way. So we tie the knot and put it in there. So these are, I don't know what these are, but these work great if you want to hide a knot. I don't know what the jewelry term for them is. Probably some kind of bead cap or something. I don't know, but if you want to hide a knot, this is the way to not see your knot. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, so I can tie these. Yeah, so that's gonna look really cute. I like it with just the 3. I was gonna do another one and another one, but I like it with just the 3. So I'm gonna pull this tight, pull this tight, and then tie a knot while they're still tight. Maybe. There we go. Okay, so see, I'm tying it tight, and then I'm going to tie the knot and not pull it through. There we go. See? Now we can pull this and give it a little snip right here. There we go. And then we take a little bit of the collage medium And to give it a little squirt. There we go. And then we take this guy and we just try and push that in there. Maybe. There we go. And the reason why I do that is because you put a little glue on the string and it keeps it from the knot from slipping. There we go. Okay, now we're ready for this guy. Now we need the reamer. Okay, so we're going to put the screw on the back. Excuse me. So we need to make a little loopy. We're going to make it this long. I'll make a little loopy right here. So we're going to make just a little tiny loopy. Use the bead reamer. Yeah, we're going to make it a little longer. I'd rather have it be too long than not long enough. So we're going to take and make a knot. Not super tight, Tish. Oh, geez. Actually, you know what we're going to do is get a bigger thing to tie the knot on. Paintbrush. Perfect. Get this out of the way. So that way if I make it too tight, I can still slide it off onto the that way, and then we go this way, I think. There we go. Pull it tight. And then that should be big enough where we can take this and we double loop-de-loop it here. I knew that was gonna fall. Oh, where did it go? Sad day. Where did he go? Okay, I've got 30 seconds to find it. If I don't find it, then I'll just get another one. Hang on, I gotta crawl underneath the desk. I'll be right back. Found it. Okay. So I'm gonna put this in here. Pull it, twist it, maybe. And put it back on. Ha, nope. College railkers. Okay. Let's do it on the bead reamer. Because if I can do it on the bead reamer, like that, oops. This is like psycho cross stitch or something. Okay. Then I don't have both of them. There we go. Now we pull this out, and then we use the paintbrush and hold it here, and then get it on there. Ha 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 ha. There we go. Okay, before we glue it down, we're gonna make sure that this all fits through. And I kind of like it with the little wing dingy. I don't know, we'll see. We'll see. I need to make this hole a little bit bigger, I think. Oh no, I don't. Sweet. Okay, let's move this out of the way. And we need to take and push these down. So I'm just kind of pushing. Need my little snips. There's too many furs in the way. There we go. Okay. Come on, you can do it. Okay, now I just need a screwdriver. That's in the other toolbox. I get to go on an adventure, but it's not that big of an adventure. It's on the clear side of the studio. Screwdriver, where'd you go? There you are. This is why I love Chicago screws. Do do do. Okay, put the lid on this. Oh, we're gonna need this again. I'm thinking anything liquid, I don't want to screw this up. Okay, bead reamer out of the way. This stuff needs to get up. Oh, see? See? I'm a klutz. I know me. All right, so this is rather long. But I kind of like it that way because we don't even have the pencils in there yet, and that's why I didn't want to do that yet. Okay, but I am going to tie a little knot at the end of this guy. That's not going to help me. Just so he doesn't fray out. There we go. Okay, now we're going to put okay, I got Velcro somewhere. I think it's in here. And I've got Velcro that is like super industrial strength. Unfortunately, they're white, but that's okay. It's okay, because this has got white on it too. So, I don't like that this wiggles. Maybe I need to just put a dot of glue underneath there. Yeah, I need to put something underneath there so it doesn't wiggle. I kind of like it kitty wampus a little bit. And I'll do that. When I put the other, when I glue the other thing on, I'll glue the other thing on. Okay. Okay. Yes. God. Put this there so it holds those back. And then there they are. We're gonna put we're just gonna put, should we do 4? Yeah, let's do 4. So we want to put, are these all fuzzy side to one side? Yes. Okay, so we want fuzzy side here and rough side here. And we want this to be, yes. Okay. So we're going to take the fuzzy side off. Lord have mercy, I can't even get it off. Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me right now? If you were, you know what? Screw it. I'm not gonna argue with this thing. I'm over it. I got other Velcro. You have been replaced. We're gonna use these Velcro. Actually, I have another Velcro that I already started once, but it's okay. We're just gonna use these Velcro because they cooperate. And I know that they are strong enough to hold some pencils. So we're going to put one here, one here, one here, one here. And if we find we need more, we can put more. Okay, so fuzzy side is this side. And we're going to take our scissors. We'll cut two and cut two. And we'll put the extra one in that bin. So when I need just one. Okay. So, oh, you know what? We're going to need to cut these as well, because we don't want them right next to each other. So I'm going to put oh, excuse me. Put some glue on here. And we're going to put one right here. And make sure we got fuzzy side up. Is that sunny side up? Fuzzy side up? And a little glue there. That one right there. Oh, we need to cut these. Cut them, cut them. There we go. Oh, a little bit of glue, because I'm putting a little glue on it because, yes, they're sticky. They have adhesive on them, but this way the adhesive goes all the way through the fabric to the cardboard underneath. So it just gives it a little bit more reinforcement. I mean, we are going to be putting pencils on here, so we want it to be strong. And this is honest to goodness Velcro. This is like the Velcro brand. You know. Okay, so we got that. And then I need to get a visual cue of where I'm going to put this thing. And we're going to put it right there. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to clamp it, because this is loose fabric on the side. So we're just going to clamp it a little bit and then flip it over. And that way I just have to flip it over. Okay. There, you're not coming off. Thank you. And a little bit of glue again, because again, we're gluing to fabric. There we go. And then we flip it over. And we give it a push. Let's go here. Give it a push. There we go. Let's find some colored pencils to put in here, just for visual. I am gonna go to Painted Raven and I'm gonna buy some watercolor pencils to put in this watercolor book. So let's do red. Oops. This is red. It's kind of red. This is more red. Chili red. So we're going to put chili red. Because I want to put these in here just so I can make sure it's going to function the way I want it to before I get all excited. And then we need orange, because ROYGBIV, and then black. Well, there's not an indigo, so we can put magenta in there. Or white. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8. Yeah. This is black. This is bark. That's brown. Outliner. That's gray. Black and white. Okay. So it's a little cumbersome, but you know what? So is art. And this, oh, we're gonna put little, oh, I forgot to do that. Put the little brads in there. And you know what? I can do that at another time. I think that's gonna hold it, but I want that extra reinforcement. But I don't want to pull the Velcro until I know the glue's dried. So I'll do that after. I want to put this in here so I know that this is going to work the way I have designed it to work. I need a green, blue, and purple. Violet. You're turning violet, Violet. All right. Green. Oops. Missed it. I think the only thing I'm missing is a thing for a water brush. But I don't know, most people I know that use watercolor pencils that I've watched, they sketch out what they're going to do first, and then they hit it with water. But what do I know? Yep. I think it needs to be a little shorter though, because this is, even if you get it full, I think it needs to be a little shorter. So, you know what? I'm just going to leave it. I am just going to leave it because my thinking is they want it shorter, cool. If they like it long, they can leave it long. And we're going to do this right here. And then if they find a word that they want to put there, they can. Or a little paper flower or whatever. Because it is almost 4 o'clock. I have been live, let's see, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, almost 6 hours. But I told you guys, I'm going to do this until it's done. And the flip-flop journals are the short ones. Those are the ones that I can put together really quickly. So I want to kind of have it there. There we go. And I have it a little bit elevated because this is a little bit elevated. Okay. Do I have something to hold this here? Yes, I do. Where do my clamps go? All right. I can't think of anything else that needs to be, oh, it's too short. Where's my big clamps? Where'd my big clamps go? Here it is. It's my big clamp. There we go, gently. Okay, so let's tidy up a little bit here real quick. Need to put the lid on the glue. And then we're just gonna kind of do a basic flip through, even though it's still, the glue's still drying on everything. And uh-oh, it came off. It's okay, we'll just do it this way. I think I lost the jump ring. Yep, I did. It got jealous because I was paying all that attention to the other stuff. Okay, it's all right. I'll fix that later. I'll put this in the bin. So, what do you think? Do you think I got upcycled purpose for the? Do you think I got an upcycled purpose for all these things? I mean, is it something that if you were an artist you would use, or a watercolor artist you would use, or just having it as a sketchbook? I don't know. I don't do watercolor as much as I'd like to. I did it in high school, but I really haven't focused on it since. Not because I don't love it, but just time, and just watercolor takes time. You have to work in multiple layers, just like oodles of layers, and it gets a little crazy. So I don't know. What do you think? I need to put these in here. Got one more. 1, 2, 3. Haha. Just letting that glue adhere, and we can make this shorter. But look at that. I love this. It's all glass, no plastic. And even the glue turned purple. So we got this to wrap around with, and so we open this up. We've got a place to write if we want to. And there's 12 pages here. I think it's 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 24 pages. 24-page notebook. So yeah, I love how it, I love how it flows. And then let's see, there's 3 in each signature. So that makes it, because a page is front and back. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 24 pages. So 24 pages of notes and 24 pages to actually make art on. It's pretty cool. And then you got your pencils in here. You can put, actually you could put your water pen right here. Hang on, I'm gonna grab my water pen. Or one of them. Does it fit? It fits. Here's a water pen. There we go. Huzzah! It's done. It's done. I'm not gonna, I'm contemplating putting glue on there. I don't know. I kind of like that it wiggles, but I kind of don't, because I'm a klutz, and I know me. But let's see if we can take this off now. Yep. It's adhered enough. Yeah, I think I am gonna glue that down. But for now, open it up. Open this. You got your watercolor pencils, your water pen, and you could probably put 2 of them in here. It's deep enough pocket. I wouldn't squish it too hard. There's Velcro on the back side here. I don't want to lift that up until it's dried for about an hour. And then you've got places to take notes and then places to do art. So a junk journal doesn't necessarily need to be filled with random things. You can have an intent and a purpose. This is a watercolor book that you can use watercolor pencils on, and it's still considered a junk journal because everything in here, not everything, but a lot of it was previously used stuff, previously owned stuff, basically junk. So don't limit yourself to fall into a certain category. You do you, and have fun with it. And, you know, be you, because there's no one else that's just like you. I mean, Mr. Rogers said it best, right? Anyway, remember, be kind to one another. Peace, love, and happiness.